Sorry. Come back. I gotcha. And
Cool.
I can hear you.
Oh, terrific. I just got me my laptop. Hang on. It's a stupid bloody thing.
We just got to wait for the other guy to catch up with us.
Yeah.
They'll be used to this because I fucked it up last night too.
Woman who heard strange noises since her birth.
There's no one here yet, so don't stress. But we're live. So,
oh shit.
Here we go. Yeah. Hey Les. We got one in. We got one here. Total big bollocks up here, Les. So my internet provider decided, oh yeah, now the opportune time to turn everybody's internet off and reboot our server.
Shit, I might need to post a new link on Facebook.
Yeah, you probably will, because we totally messed that up, hey?
Yeah, can you send me that and I'll have to change screens. So if you don't mind me ducking off, just to repost it.
No, not at all. Just give me 1 sec to find it for you. The new stream. Take 2.
Come on, Facebook.
You might have to do it on your phone. Top's going to be chewing the bandwidth, man.
That's all right.
Ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding.
Yes.
Microwave's ready.
I know. I know. It's coming. Hang on.
Hello, Beach Girl. Hello, Lacey. Honest. Hey, Honest. Yay, you're here. Hello, Living Chaos. And April. Good to see you all, guys. I'm missing nobody. I'm not missing anyone. Yay. Sorry about all the technical difficulties, people. Here they come. Bring them on over.
It won't let me get you up on Messenger.
It won't let you. What?
It won't let me get you up on my thing so I can post that link.
Do it on your phone. Do it on your phone, not the laptop.
I just found it. Hang on. Copy. Okay. No.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry, everyone. This is really, really bad.
Will catch up. Sue and Wildflower will catch up because the last stream as well. They'll work out. They'll work out eventually what's going on. So my internet, I decided to switch my internet off for a second while they reboot their service. So I wasn't able to even send you a message, guys. Hello, Dolly from the UK.
Shivers. Oh, come on.
Still having trouble there, girl.
Yeah. Stupid thing. Drove me insane.
Bloody technology.
Especially in my house.
I might have to turn my air conditioner off.
Oh, look, I'm just posting it. Now, let me go out of this. Come down.
It's cold tonight, so gonna get colder. Hello, wildflower. You found us.
On.
See my bot? I got a bot, guys. I got a bot.
Okay.
I just got a bot
Okay,
from
I'm with you.
Restream. All right, hang on a second. I'm still coming. Bloody hell. We're a shambles, girlfriend.
Oh, yeah.
How about you do a little intro on the AJ case just to bring us up to date to him being found this morning? I will whack up a video showing some more information about what sort of transpired since then, okay?
Yep, no worries. Well, hi everyone. My name's Kazz, and little AJ has been found. He is doing really, really well. Yeah, this is a really, really weird one. It is very, very similar, if not identical, to what has happened with Summer. So I thought it'd be a really, really good idea to talk about this. So, how's that go? Oh, by the way, I'm new at this, so give me 10 to get my breath.
Yeah, Kaz has never been on a live before, so it's all new to her. So let's be nice to her. We've got all lovely ladies in here tonight, Kaz, so no one will be giving you any lip today, I don't think.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
hoping not, but
this is all about looking at these cases and looking at them in a way that is constructive and that doesn't impact on these families. If you don't mind, guys, I'm just going to duck over here and turn out my light. I'll be 1 second.
we'll hang in there for you. That chat that you just typed hello in is private, so Kaz says hello to everybody. Just that as a guest, you don't get the option to type into chat. I'm sorry.
Oh, cool.
It's just because I'm on the free version of Restream.io, so you don't. Sorry, you don't get that option.
Right. Is that a bit better? My glasses are still pretty glary, so trying to sort that out.
It's best if you got a light on in front of your face so that you haven't got all the shadowing. But
yeah, hey, unfortunately, my house isn't set up like that. As much as I try,
I'm not going to hold it against you because I don't even have my face up tonight because my face is just not up to public viewing at the moment.
So I'm a bit the same. So, well, let's talk about how these cases, I mean, not only are similar, but also how we deal with them differently, if that makes any sense.
Yep, that makes perfect sense. So, I mean, the first thing that's similar is that they were both in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
They're both properties in the middle of nowhere. Now, the property that AJ went missing from is 670 acres. So we are talking way, way bigger than some property. And so quite literally, there should have been no vehicles up there whatsoever. Like quite literally, for a vehicle to have gone past their house, it would be someone who lives out there.
Yeah.
So that's the first similarity, and it was a white Toyota Ute or truck, Trayback, Tilly, whatever country you come from and you call it. So yeah, those are first. That's right, Living Chaos. Both were quick to call it an abduction, and guess what, guys? No one's not calling AJ abduction at this stage. That's what
No.
we're here to talk about.
This whole
So we
family,
are going.
this whole family is being treated like victims, and they're letting the police deal with this situation.
Right. And the police have said that. So I'll play that through shortly. The police have said that they're still treating his family as victims. Absolutely.
Very much.
Because even though AJ's been found, the way in which he's been found is very goddamn sus.
Yeah.
And they haven't actually closed the investigation.
No, not at all.
So you want me to place videos now, Kazz?
Yeah, I think that might be an idea. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea, just so people can see what we're talking about.
So they can catch up with the story.
Yeah.
Okay. AJ found. AJ update. Hang on. I just got to mute for 2 seconds and work out which bloody video it is now, because I got a whole bunch of them. AJ.
Excuse my smoking, everyone. I'm a bit nervous.
Found. Oh my god, I didn't. Yeah. God, I'm a dickhead. I didn't actually export the other one, but I'll just see. I had the one about the weirdness with their CCTV missing.
Yeah.
Let's go to that one first, but I'm just going to mute for 1 second while I find the spot, because I actually did set this up to export that video, but I can't see it here for some reason.
It's always the way.
I got the update was the weird stuff about the bloody the place nearby with all the toys and drugs in there.
Yeah.
So we found him this morning. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to go with. Let's go with the
Hi, Honest Rage. Hi, everybody. No, AJ was non-verbal. He could not speak at all, Wildfire.
Where to from here? Let's bring in Robert Ovadia, who broke.
Sorry, I was supposed to mute while I do this. So, yak with the chatters for a sec.
Okay. Has anyone got any questions while we're just getting this loaded? And for any of my friends that are joining in from Facebook, please let everybody know what we're doing here. And thank you. He's doing a little bit better. He's in hospital. Yeah, go for it.
Sorry. Sorry. I was trying to find the spot. Is because the 10-minute video, and I just wanted to cut it down to the end. So the rest of it's just going back over. He was lost and he was found, and this is the next bit. So let me get a share screen up. Chrome tab. This one here. Let me share it. Now let me see where we're at. Let's go like this. And I might put you guys out the way for 1 second.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, where's my
Watch
screen
this
here?
and then I'll answer some questions.
Yep. 3 days in those conditions. Exactly, Leslie. That's what we're curious about.
Everyone has lots of questions.
Strikeforce detectives are very protective of the family and say whether this was misadventure or something sinister, they are still the victims in this, which is true. If AJ was kidnapped and then returned, his perpetrators chose the ultimate victim, a 3-year-old who won't talk. Robert Ovadia, 7 News.
I went too far back. I went too far forward.
Yeah, you
did. That gives you the.
I can't see chat either, by the way.
Yes, Wildflower, that's my face with no makeup on. I have screwed this up, so give me 1 sec. I'll take it back a little further.
Yeah.
I literally did screw it up.
Yeah. And I can't see anyone's chat at the moment, so we will get there.
Right, just a little. I'll take it back to this bit so they can see that bit there, because that I thought that was actually
very impactful.
Even though I already uploaded this, you're getting a rerun, guys.
Yeah.
So okay, we'll go again. So this is still a few minutes of footage, but we'll go again. Thing, Kazz, if you want to hit the mute button, the little microphone, while it's playing, so it doesn't. Okay.
Yep. Now.
Explanation than, an abduction.
A creepy video emerged showing the interior of a derelict neighbouring Putty property.
Yeah, that's some kinky bro.
It was portrayed as a pedophile's lair containing drugs, children's toys, photos, and a doll hung by its neck.
He's like a pedophile.
A chilling reminder of the disappearance of William Tyrrell 7 years ago, another 3-year-old who has never been found. There are other oddities, like security pictures at the time AJ disappeared, somehow lost.
Probably a much greater, a much larger window, probably about 4 hours.
Also, that it took 2 hours for the family to tell police about a mysterious white ute on the property.
No car has any business to be on this road other than go to these homes. Something does not stack up.
Police are curious how, for 3 nights, thermal imaging from the air did not spot the boy close to home, while questions also arise over how AJ remarkably has only a few scratches on him after 3 days in cold, dark, rugged conditions.
Everyone has lots of questions.
Strikeforce detectives are very protective of the family and say whether this was misadventure or something sinister, they are still the victims in this, which is true. If AJ was kidnapped and then returned, his perpetrators chose the ultimate victim, a 3-year-old who won't talk. Robert Ovadia, 7 News.
Okay.
Microphone button again.
Yep.
So
Done.
that's it. It is that the cops have not stopped their investigation. They are still investigating.
Yep.
And let's try and move this around a bit.
This situation could have ended very, very badly.
It could have.
Yeah.
But obviously the whoever had him, I reckon had him, was the first thing when I mentioned it today to my neighbour, that was the first thing he said, was someone had him and dumped him back there.
Yeah.
Because he was too healthy.
He was.
So,
He was. But he did have nappy rash. So.
yeah.
But
he had
there was
nappy
very,
rash and
very little.
And he was very, very hungry, apparently.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But he was found kneeling down in the water. So.
In the creek.
Where
the cops had already searched.
Yeah.
400 meters from his house.
Yeah, 450.
Yes, April. He's non-verbal.
Yeah. I can't see any of the chat, by the way, so I can't answer anyone's questions if they have any.
Sorry. Let me turn it back on.
Yeah, that's cool.
So, is it back up there yet?
No.
Chatty chat. Hurry up.
Now it is. Now it is. Yeah.
It's not showing up my end for some reason, but as long as you can see it.
Yeah, I can see it here.
I got a second way to see it too, so.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Here we go.
They haven't said that there was 3 scratches. They've just said that the child had scratches. So it's you need to take things and put them in perspective. whether this was a case of this kid being snatched, the point is that you need to look at the impact that this has actually had, and the fact that it could have quite easily have gotten out of hand. It's really easy for them to bring this child back because he is non-verbal. Now, as I said, it could have...
Not so in the Summer case, because
Yeah.
she's fully verbal.
She is.
I know.
So, go.
There's a lot of rumours going around, Kaz, that Summer is non-verbal, but I don't think that's true. I think she's fully verbal. We just haven't seen any actual...
Yeah, I think that she chooses to talk when she needs to.
Right. Absolutely. But kid, he was already non-verbal, the chaos.
Yeah.
He was already non-verbal. He's a non-verbal autistic. So on the spectrum of autism, you have right up one end, which is high functioning, and right down the other end, you have low functioning, and that's the non-verbal type in the low functioning autism.
Yeah, it makes it very, very hard. But it's a perfect choice, really, if you want to use an example of this child, if he has been abducted and then the heat's just gotten too much and someone's just dropped him off and wandered, because the family did search that area on the first day and found absolutely nothing.
Right. And the fact that it was the family searching that area would have come to them. If it was the other guys, if it was the SES or the police, maybe he would not have come to them. But if it was family, then I would say he would have come to them, and that's who searched that creek, was the family. They jumped on their, what do you call those bloody quad bikes? Yeah, they jumped on their quad bikes.
Yeah, and they were searching full on. To answer Quentin's question, with the family are quite well known in the area. Even though they'd only been there for like 3 months, they were there for a long time. But there have been questions raised about the father and some connections there, whether that may have had something to do with it. So it could have been known to the family. And in a lot of cases too, you look at the situation as far as Summer goes, whereas I'm leaning towards that it could have been someone known to the family that has known of the whole situation, the family situation, and has used that to an advantage. But that's just my opinion. But I also don't believe in vilifying the parents either. And I was very, very skeptical about bringing this case to Aussie in the first place because I didn't want this family vilified like what's been happening. And yeah, it's a difficult situation, but it does happen. The boy could have well moved around.
I specifically left out the information about the dad because the media did go into Dad's records, and I just didn't think that was fair, because that's how Don and Candace have been dragged, basically.
Yeah,
because someone in the media decided to go and look up their records. So that's what started the dragging of Don and Candace. So I decided that I wouldn't show you that part.
Yeah. It's very rare that you have stranger abductions. It's more to the fact that someone could have been known to the family and knew of the situation. And believe it or not, Candace and Don are the perfect people that this could happen to. I mean, they are the fall guys in this. No matter what way you look at it, people are going to pick at them.
That's right. And to answer your question, April, 400 metres from their house is where they were found. Now, the police were absolutely dumbstruck that they did not pick up a heat signature anywhere on that property for the last 3 days. No heat signatures in that bush whatsoever from the helicopter, from the SES helicopter. So, I think that that's another reason for them to be investigating why they didn't get a heat signature from the helicopter if the kid was down there. Now
The other thing that
go on.
Sorry, the other thing that Quentin just brought up is that look at the Azaria Chamberlain case. Now, 20 years of that woman's life was just lost, and her child was found in the end. And that was why I didn't want this whole situation to turn into a shit show. It needs, when people are investigating, when kids go missing, you really need to leave it to them. In Don and Candace's case, they were so vocal and so adamant, and their education was, they were in a situation where they would have been easily manipulated in lots of ways.
Right.
That makes sense.
Right, and there is some more weirdness. Let me just grab the other video that I've got. There absolutely is some more weirdness.
Yeah.
Because before they found him, there was one last report that came up.
Yeah. That was a doozy.
Yeah, let me do first. This one here. Now, I'm just going to mute and do the same thing again so we don't have to watch like the whole 10 minutes of the video, and just take it to the spot that we want to listen to. So give me 1 sec.
Yeah, I'm going to mute now.
Not yet, lovey. You keep talking for a second, because I've got to find the spot first, and I'll switch the screen over and tell you when to mute.
Yeah. It's a really, really difficult situation to be in. I don't think people realise that when you get someone like Don and Candace that are in a tough spot to begin with, and they are looking for outs, and they are looking to try and change, that you need to give credit where credit's due. You can't just keep going off in all these tangents and just hope that you make the right decision. There's no right decision in this. None. Doesn't matter what you do, how you do it, the parents are always going to be looked at no matter what. But you need to let the facts deal in this case. And the facts are that probably a lot of this would not have happened if it had not come out about Don's history. And if Ali hadn't have gone on Chris's stream and already tainted the pool as it was, this was just a perfect storm.
It is. Sorry, I was laughing at Sue Ellen's post, never trust a donut.
Yeah, that's true. That is so true. Yeah, America has been doing this. Go.
No, I was agreeing with Honest as well, and we've been doing it to the Indigenous Australians. So we were talking about this a bit earlier. Weren't we? All right, so I'm ready to share this screen now. So let's just watch this next little part of the mystery. Speaking of donuts and trusting donuts, let me just get it up on the screen. I just got to shuffle some stuff around to do this.
I'm joined this morning by Alan Hasham. He is a family friend. He was actually here on the day day at the time that little AJ went missing. Alan, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. In the moments before AJ went missing, what was happening inside the house?
Look, it was a typical afternoon. The mother was just preparing lunch. I was assisting. I was sitting on the hammock, just going in and out, just checking in on the lunch. Kids were outside playing. The two eldest boys, Michael and Patrick, were in charge of looking after their brother, although their father was also outside just fixing one of their quad bikes while they were just on the circuit over here. The oldest boy needed to go to the bathroom, took the youngest one, AJ, who was babysitting at the time while the mum was preparing the lunch, and he left him just inside the dining area. After a few minutes, the boys come out and enter through the other part of the house, and the mother goes, "Where's AJ? You know, where's AJ?" And, you know, the boys had a puzzled look on their face. We all stand up. At that moment, I had the closest view to Yango Drive over here, and I noticed a white ute, we believe either a Mazda or a Toyota, a much older model. It was just slowly driving through here. We didn't think much of it. But in the meantime, we have these ATVs, we had about 4 of them. So we thought, look, if AJ's gone somewhere, it's not going to be far. As you could see, everything's quite open. We've been doing some back burning. And we instantly dispatched all the ATVs, 4 of them, and just covered about 1,000 metres each direction.
So you now believe that he has been abducted as opposed to missing in the bushland here?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. For the simple reason that, look, he is on the spectrum of autism. However, he's always quite afraid and very attached to his mum, and hence why his mum couldn't have him by her side while she's cooking. He's always glued to his mum, so he's just out with his brothers, and he's never wandered. He really hasn't ever wandered. Can
you understand why anyone would want to abduct a little boy? Does this make any sense to you?
We're piecing the puzzle at the moment together, and
tell me about the pieces. What do you think could have happened?
There's one key factor, and this is probably the first time I actually mentioned this. I installed cameras on that post right there. There's footage missing, unexplained. Days before, days after, but not during the time.
So you're telling us that there's CCTV of this area, but the time that he went missing is missing?
Absolutely. And you know what's more alarming? We installed it so high, you can't tamper with it. And he had 2 mechanisms of storage. He had cloud storage, and he also had physical storage. And there's no data in that time slot. We provided the username and password to the police. We provided them the actual original memory cards. There's a lot of explaining to do, right?
Alan, who would want to do this to the family?
We don't know. We don't know. They are the most loveliest people. He's a tradie and, you know, an incredible mother of 4 beautiful boys. There's no one. There's no one. I can assure you, there's not a single person. My best friend Anthony, he's one of the most loving and caring people out there, right? He does so much for people, right? And it all became a bit too much with him with the lockdowns. He obviously he's a plumber. He had a lot of jobs that were cancelled. So he thought, you know what? Let's take a break. You know, and they spent 3 months here during, probably since early July, end of June.
If it is the case and the little boy has been abducted, what is your message to the person or people responsible?
Look, just bring him home. Just bring him home. Look, just please. You don't understand how much pain and anguish this family's feeling. The reason why I'm the spokesperson, because the mother is not coping, and the father, he's holding it together by a thread, right? Right now, I actually said to him, I said, why don't you come on air? He got a bit of a tip off. He heard a noise up in the mountain. He took off. He took off. We're still walking through the lake down the bottom there. We're driving through the community. We're thinking of doing letterbox drops. He's hired his own private helicopter. We're going on it today to keep on checking the areas. Although I do have to say, police, rescue and SES and volunteers have been absolutely phenomenal. I can't thank them enough. Helicopter service, I really have to give it to all emerging services. But we're doing our bit. So we're trying our absolute best.
Well, I know everyone in Australia is thinking of you all at this incredibly difficult time. And
Okay.
The mother is shockingly upset. The father is beside himself and he needs to be the spokesperson. So who's the spokesperson for Don and Candace?
Can I get you to put chat up, Doc?
Yeah, sorry, I'm getting there. I gotta stop that and do that and then do that. There we go. So yeah, so who's Don and Candace's spokesperson? You know, the one that was their spokesperson who was trying to do it, we thought they were trying to do it, was Cher.
Yeah.
But then she dropped the ball. She dropped the ball because of the because of the games he played with YouTubers being dickheads trying to set him up. You know, she fell for that side of it, and now she's gone AWOL on him. So
it's really hard.
That's right, Leslie. Benny, and honest, Benny is now the spokesperson. Well, I don't know if he is. Like, he's happy to talk with Don and give him the voice that he needs, because we just need people to be focused on Summer and not all the other bullshit. Just focus on Summer. Stop picking him apart. Stop pulling apart every word he says. Stop hanging him because he's drinking and falling off the bloody rails. Guy's under stress. He's lost his daughter. Okay, his head's a mess. He's not thinking straight. He's doing stupid shit. He's saying stupid shit. That happens with trauma.
Yeah. Everybody will question their motives. But you need to do it the right way. This could have, as I said, we could have had all the YouTubers jump on the bandwagon with this. But I wanted to be respectful. And because of the similarities, it was really easy for me to say, hey, Aussie, we really need to look at this side by side, both cases, and see what we can do. And you need to have a connection. When these kids, or when this child was taken or abducted or got lost in Summer's case, you got to look at it could have gone very different for AJ. But if Don had have had a spokesperson, if he had have had somebody else,
if he had money to hire his own personal helicopter, that's what this guy did.
Yeah, it's really easy to blame him, but what about what we can do to change their lives and try and get them the help that they need, like getting their house fixed up? Someone going in and teaching Candace how to do a routine, how to clean her house, how to survive and get through this without having to get on the grog. And she is off her face. She is so off her face. They both are. But you need to look at it and put it in its right perspective. Cam and Ali, they have been magnificent. Benny has been magnificent. But we need to look at facts.
Right. We also need to get more men out there. Like, Cam by himself isn't enough. Don needs a couple of fellas behind him to go door knocking. So we really need to put the word out and get people that live in the area to go stand behind him while he goes and knocks on doors. He really needs that backup.
Yeah. I know, Leslie, they've been going through hell over this. It's just really, really, really hard when other people come in and exploit the whole situation. And it was really easy for Don and Candace to latch on to the first person that came up and showed them that little bit of, I don't know, care and understanding, and then to turn that into, I don't know, it's just wrong. It's so wrong. And if we can
Yes,
help.
April. Sorry for interrupting you, Kaz. Yes, April,
Yeah.
I did see Cam's video of other paths at the well property, and he gave us permission to run some of that video tonight if you want to see it.
Yeah.
If anybody else wants to see it, quite happy to do that.
Yeah. But when you look at it and put it in its proper perspective and take all the shenanigans, all the lies out, all the everything else, and just put it in one basket, like we have to look at Summer and everyone get on the same page and helping
Right.
instead of vilifying.
Find the kid, stop vilifying and find the kid.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can hang him later. For whatever stuff Chris M wants to hang him for, hang him later. Find a kid first. Kid's more important right now.
Yeah. You can create more harm in a case doing it the way it's done than, doing it the way it's been done here. Now, I know America has a lot of different laws. I'm not up on them. But one thing I do know is that everybody is innocent until they're proven otherwise. And it's important to look at that.
Over here, we're doing the investigation what happened to AJ after they found AJ. Right? Now now the media is starting to say, oh, look at the dad and look at this and look at that. But not until they found AJ. So we need to find Summer. We need to find Summer first. And then we can start doing all of that.
And we need to start giving Don and Candace some tools. And I mean, emotional tools so that they can deal with this appropriately.
Right. And this is the thing that I was speaking with Benny about, I think it was yesterday, about like working out, first of all, plotting on a map what they have searched, work out what they have searched, doors that have knocked, and then plotting on the map what's left to be searched, like I'm sure if he asks the sheriff's department, they will show him what they've searched, and then he can work outwards from there. And I think that there's a lot more issues with door knocking there than there would have been here in Australia. Our cops don't need a search warrant to knock on your door. Here in Australia, they need a search warrant to go in your home and search your house, but they don't need a search warrant to go on it. Basically, they can enter your property if they want to. If they're asked to leave, they have to leave. But we have different laws here altogether. But so we don't know what they have or haven't searched over there. The cops are keeping that close to their chest. So we need to see all this plotted out on a map so that we can help Don to say, all right, I'm taking a group of guys this way this weekend, or I'm taking a guys over this way this weekend. And they're there. The guys that he wants to grab are actually there to help him and have his back and help him plan it out, because he hasn't got his head straight. All right, he's too busy trying to fend off dickhead YouTubers trying to set him up and play tricks on him. I think he's actually
family members.
Right, he's even got family members trying to set him up. So I think he's got every right to lash out. Like, is it right? I don't know. Probably not. But is it the way a person who is experiencing extreme trauma and is messed up in the head over this whole thing? Yes, of course it is. He's not thinking straight. So we need to help him. We need to help him chart a map so that we know what searches he can and can't do. Honestly, no, he hasn't got a lot of family.
No, he's being set up in a way where someone's going to end up hurt. from all of this because people go off on their own tangent. Now, as far as AJ and Summer's case, they are very, very similar, as in the remoteness of where they are, the bushland, there's just too many similarities. The calf, the finding of this property, there's just too many variables. And if we had have looked at this case the same way that Summer's case has been looked at, this family would have been a lot more worse off than what Don and Candace are, because they are Lebanese.
If the kid was actually there all along wandering around, the property lost, then the kid would have been dead by the time anyone decided to look there, because they're all two parents.
Yeah. So you really, really need to put things in perspective. I think the way Don is dealing with Summer's disappearance is already hard because he doesn't know how to express himself. Everyone's saying, oh, yeah, he set up that phone call and that. For shit's sake, the guy's trying to prove that he's being set up. He's trying to prove that something really is wrong here. And because of all this shit show that's happening on YouTube, it has really, really, really muddied the waters, and nobody is separating that. And it really needs to happen in a big way. Finish my little rant. You can go now, Ozzy.
That's all right, because I was just pulling up this other video that we found, which is the fake Michelle private investigator person that someone had on their channel saying all that stuff about Don. I actually found this. Let me share it. I'm not going to play it because it's 28 minutes, but I'm going to show it to you all. So you can all go over there and have a look at it. And check it out for yourself. Have a listen.
Yeah.
Because this is the real Michelle.
You're back.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I messed that up. Hey, it's when I went into the description to drop it in the description, it cut all my sound off. So sorry. So it's here and it's in the description now as well, if you want to go over and listen to it when we're done here.
Do you
So,
want to chuck on the chat so I can see what's happening?
oh, I did it again. Whoops. Keep forgetting to do that bit.
That's all right. Yeah,
Wow, what are you talking about, Nancy? That's terrible. Are you talking about the police in Hawkins County?
I can't see what we're talking about here.
No, I'm not sure what they're talking about either because I was switching screens to do stuff.
Okay.
You can see why law enforcement is doing nothing given what Sue found. What did Sue find? Come
Yeah.
on, Sue, spill. Spill, girlfriend.
Yeah, let us know.
What is it that Sue found? It's sad my hometown has got all this controversy. It is sad, honest. Yeah. It is very sad. Come on, Sue, type faster, man. And planted
Oh,
drugs.
wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, Lacey.
But
That's
I'm
horrible.
asking where, Lacey? Oh, not Sue. Wildflowers found.
No.
Well, we found heaps of stuff, really, haven't we? I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, Wildflower.
When did they do this, Lacey? This is crazy.
Hey, Lizzie. Didn't notice you there. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the live, whatever it is.
Oh.
Yeah, Quentin, we've got that much of the story. We're just trying to work out where, though.
Yeah.
It happens here in Australia.
Mm.
We've got I don't know about the planting thing. There's no like real solid evidence that they're actually planting stuff, but I'm sure it does happen here in Australia. But we do have illegal searches, illegal cavity search, all sorts of stuff going on, especially at music festivals. That seems to be the thing at the moment. Making kids, like underage kids, like strip and yeah.
Hamilton County is quite near Tennessee, isn't it?
That was Hamilton County. No, I'm not sure actually. I haven't got a. Shall we Google and see where we are compared to Tennessee?
Oh wow, Quentin, that's crazy.
Indiana. Oh, it is Tennessee.
Yeah.
A U.S. county in Ohio.
Yeah.
County in Indiana and county in Tennessee. So it must be on the borders of all of those. Is it a border place, like on all the borders?
Next county over. It's the next county over, Ozzy.
That happened to you, Sue. You're in France. Oh, they planted credit cards in your flat. Holy Hannah. No wonder you locked the joint up.
No. God.
It's in Tennessee, Beach Girl. Thank you.
Right.
Next county from. Okay.
Right. Okay.
Yes, honest, I believe they are. And I've been watching this guy explain like what all the hollows in the family relationships are. I'm sure I've been raving on about it the last two lives. And posted the links for it. So yeah, I get where you're coming from, honest.
It's a shame that this whole case with Summer has been turned upside down the way it has. And it's also a shame that you do have sheriff's departments over there that are corrupt. Here we have the ACCC that looks into these sorts of things, and any public person can go there, and it's encouraged. So it's yeah, a whole different world. Oh my God.
God, that's terrible, Sue. I've had some weird stuff with the police too, weird stuff go on with the police. They get a one-track mind, they get the blinkers on,
Yeah.
and they ain't going to look any other direction.
Yeah.
So I've had weird stuff go on as well.
And we're not really trying to sync our answers together. It's just happening. What a coincidence.
It's a coinky dink.
Yep.
What a coinky dink.
Oh,
absolutely.
Yep. There are a lot of cops spent, unfortunately. The other thing that you got to recognize is that this family is a victim.
There are some bent cops. I wouldn't say a lot, but there are some. Sorry to correct you there, but I think there's actually a lot of good cops, but there's some bent cops. That's right.
Okay. Quentin, which pick has been closed down? Look, I'm sure that we have human trafficking here. In fact, I think we have.
Absolutely. We've actually got a underground railroad network here too.
Yeah.
That's just down the road from me. There's a guy from South Africa. He was helping mums kidnap their kids out of custody and shipping them over to Africa.
Oh, God. Oh, honest,
So
Rach,
we have
that's...
one of those here too.
Yeah. That's terrible, honest, Rach. I don't know.
Yes, America's got some shocking laws, man. Like some real shockers. They just had on, I think it was a current affair, or it might have been 60 Minutes just a couple of months ago. I don't know if you've seen it, Kazz, but
yeah, I did.
How America forces rape victims to have their attackers have family rights with their kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's fucking
terrible. It is.
It's French, but it's horrible. We don't do that in Australia. If you attack someone and they fell pregnant, you in deep shit here. You ain't getting custody, fucking visitation, nothing, mate.
Yeah, it is a police integrity commission here. As far as bank cops go. Yeah.
Not that it's
tasering isn't a good idea either. Yes, it's
they're
just
still getting away with it. It's like we'll either transfer you to another place so that no one knows you've been transferred, or if you end up over the news, we'll just sack you and that's it. You gotta get another job. They don't actually punish them. But yes, we do. I think we need an ICAC. I'm on the ICAC bandwagon.
Yeah, I believe in that.
It's an acronym for all the Aussies and non-Australians. It's an acronym for hang on, what is it acronym for? Independent Commission. Independent Crime something Commission. That's what it stands for.
Quentin might know what it is. Yeah, what they're doing, is bad. I mean, over there, they're also making the women confront their accuser, which is really, really hard to do. I mean, we couldn't do it here. There's no way.
It is nuts, hey, Quentin. Totally nuts. Damn foolish. Totally agreed.
Yeah, the Independent Commission Against Corruption, that's it. So, yeah, as far as what's happening, look, everyone has a past. What was that?
I was thinking, Quentin, because I fell off my tongue. I couldn't think of it.
Well, Quentin and I go way back. Way back. So.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. It is a beautiful
I'm terrible.
place.
I'm terrible when it comes to names, Kaz. Hey, they just fall out of my head. The people and places. Sometimes I can remember acronyms, but not what they stand for.
I can remember all past, but talk about short-term memory and I've lost it. And I think that's what's happening with Don too. He's got a really, really good callback memory, but because he doesn't know how to voice it in an appropriate manner, it's causing a problem and making it easier for him to be vilified and abused. And while we're on that subject, it's a really, really good idea to start signing that petition against you've got all the details, don't you?
I do. Lizzie's in the room too, so she can probably chuck up some links for us. But Quentin, I'd love to call you Q. But I'm going to get you confused with Q because we've got a Q. So, okay, I'm already hard enough remembering names. So, everyone's got a nickname. If I can't pronounce your name, you get a nickname. Les, she's Les. Because I can't say that name either.
You're going to laugh when I tell you mine. Mine was Mouse. So, yeah.
Mouse.
Well,
see, I'll probably remember that. But I do remember your name because that's my sister's nickname. Kazz. So,
I'm just lovable.
It's close to home.
I'm just lovable, that's all. Look.
So, Lizzie, are you in the house still? You still there, girlfriend? If she's not, I'll do it. But she's got all the details. It was all her little baby to start with. So if she's still in the house and listening, then she will share the shit out of whatever we need.
Yeah. But yeah, we need a new direction here, and we need to really stop vilifying, and we need to start helping them. And if Don and Candace want to get help, we need to help them the right way, not the way that this is happening. We need to make sure that they're being heard in a constructive way so that this gets back to summer. What do you say, Ozzy?
Oh, absolutely. Sorry, I just muted for a second. Your posts, Quentin, your posts aren't doubling at our end, so it might be just your end. If you're on a mobile phone, this seems to be a common thing with mobile phones and social media.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it doesn't come up here that it's doubling up. So we're only seeing one of you, Quentin. And there could never be two of you anyway.
Lizzie's in the car, so I will pop it up now.
Yeah.
Lizzie's in the car, so she's got her hands on the steering wheel. So give me 1 sec.
Yeah.
So this is the reason that we sign the change.org petition.
Yeah.
Because what happened with the AJ case was just so pertinent to the Summer case and so pertinent to the West Boys case. It was it's on point, I realize you all know that I had a hand in wording it, but it wasn't my wording, okay? I used the comments on the petition to create the wording.
Yeah.
So, and Benny didn't save it.
That'd be Benny. Are we going to hear from Benny?
Well, I thought we would have by now. He hit the thumbs up when I sent him the link, but he hasn't come over. So I don't know where he is.
You might just want to message him. Or if anyone can let him know that we're on, because I think that this is also affecting the people that are trying to help. And I also think that there's a lot of people that's deliberately causing problems with this case. If that has, yeah. And it's
thank you, sweet. Thanks, Honest.
yeah.
Go, girl. I probably should have told the bot to do it for us. I didn't think of that one. But I will. I promise the bot will do it for us next time.
Cool. Yeah. So how do we get this happening? As far as brainstorming how we can help Don and Candace get through this with the getting help for people to go searching, with even bringing in a social worker or a psychologist even that can help Don and Candace with their drinking, with the drugs that they're on, and make it safe. We don't.
You know what? I'll tell you
Yes.
something about that, Kazz. America actually does have victim services, and they have actually offered this help to Don and Candace, but they don't want the help. Like they're drowning and they just want to drown in their own sorrows. So there is victim services we've got them here in Australia too.
Yeah.
And they have offered.
But
and
Don and Candace have been abused, so they're not going to take it. They don't know who to trust. And with their family setting them up with Chris, with all this crap that's going on YouTube, people don't know the enormity of losing a child. I do.
Quentin's right. Quentin's exactly right. You can't force it down their throat. And that's what's sort of happening at the moment.
Yeah.
So, whoops.
Well,
Sorry.
exactly, Beach Girl. You can't blame them for rejecting this help. But if it was done with people like us, Benny, Ali and Cam, if we can do this, then I don't see why people just don't look at what's happening. Now, there's TBI. They are great, but Don and Candace haven't, to them asking for help is like asking somebody to gnaw off their arm right now.
That advocate was not the advocate.
Yeah.
I just put the link into the description who is the actual advocate that person was claiming to be, and it's not Michelle. It's not the advocate, okay? That your comment about look what happened with the advocate, that wasn't the advocate.
No.
That was a fake. It was a deep fake, my dear.
Yeah. And it's really hard when you can't separate the fact from fiction. Moment to them, they're just getting wasted. It's just trauma after trauma after trauma. And it isn't stopping. And if you get a situation where you back someone in a corner, like they've been backed into a corner, and it's happened in front of everybody, you're not going to get anywhere. It has to be people that they trust.
Exactly.
They are very, very vulnerable. Yeah. They are. They need to feel like they're not the direction of YouTubers. It needs to be in the direction where they can see that they're being productive, and they can see that they're making really good milestones, and maybe if you start giving them good feedback and compliments for what they are doing right, it could make things a hell of a lot easier for them. Yes, a GoFundMe account would be fantastic, but we've started that.
Let me just interrupt for a second, Kaz.
Yeah.
The GoFundMe account would be a wonderful idea to help them fund their own helicopter, right? But it's too late for any of that. Like,
Yeah.
if Summer was out there, she's passed away now. She can't last this long.
No.
Okay. So, and the other thing about the GoFundMe is someone in the family, a friend of the family, actually did start a GoFundMe, and everyone is bashing the family because they did that. They are fully bashing them, saying that they're just stealing the money and they're the ones that are guilty. They're just putting the money in their pockets, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I don't believe
Beach
that.
Girl, it wasn't her, Beach Girl.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it wasn't her. If you go and have a look, the link in my description, it wasn't her. This is the link in my description is actually her saying, no, that wasn't me. None of that's me, and it's not my team. It wasn't a team meeting. It wasn't anything to do with us. Yes, that's right, Lacey. They did.
And they also do need to have some control of what's going on.
All right, I'm just going to play because she's still going on about this person.
Yeah.
Oops. I'm going to play some of it for you, okay? So you can all hear from the horse's mouth that she did not have a team meeting and she did not say those things about Don and Candice. All right, I'm going to play some of it for you. So, Kaz, just answer some questions for a bit while I just get to the spot where she says it's not her, because there's a 28-minute video, so I just find the spot. All right.
Yeah. It's really hard, Quentin. We would have loved to have set up a GoFundMe account, but it makes things really, really hard. And yes, we need to start looking at the positives in this case. Look, if we could work out how to put something together in a constructive way to help, then maybe they may have a chance of getting I don't know, some educated help without being attacked.
Okay, guys, are you ready? I'm just going to play the first bit of what this girl says.
Yeah.
You know, she's really annoyed that someone has impersonated her and her team. So I'm just going to play some of it through, just the first couple of minutes through for you.
Let me know when
you can. Yeah, give me one sec. Get it on the screen first.
Yeah.
And all right, just move the chat out the way. I'll leave us up so it doesn't mute us.
Yeah.
Oh no, I have to mute us because it echoes through to the audio.
Hey everybody, this is Michelle from We Can Bring You Hope. I just want to let you know that this is a pre-recorded show. This was recorded last week, and I am going to be speaking with Donald Wells, but I have a few things that I want to say first. You know, there's been a lot of craziness on social media, as there always is with every case. It seems like a lot of the cases or a lot of the things that have been going on with this case in particular have been like one thing after another. And We Can Bring You Hope has been working with Donald and Candice for, weeks now, almost since right after Summer missing. Let me just, for those of you who don't know, Summer is a missing 5-year-old little girl from Rogersville, Tennessee. She went missing June 15th. She is 3 foot tall. She weighs 40 pounds. She has blonde hair and blue eyes. If you know anything about Summer's disappearance, I need you to call 1-800-TBI-FIND, or you can call tips to TBI at Tennessee.gov, or the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department, I apologize, at 423-272-7121. She is listed in NCMEC and NamUs. As I do with all of our cases, this is not specific to Summer's case. You can call or text to our tip line at 724-466-4673. You can also leave tips on our website at www.wecanbringyouhope.org. Before I even get started, I want to say something, because during one of the earlier broadcasts, there was a statement made that was misinformation that stated that We Can Bring Hope represented themselves as private investigators, or, there was a misstatement. So I'm going to read you something that we posted on our website on August 5th. In light of recent statements that were circulating over social media, We Can Bring You Hope would like to clear up some misinformation being stated about the organization. This misinformation was stated by a family that we provide to in a recent interview on YouTube, that we were private detectives. This information, while not intentional, was simply a wrong choice of words and was not accurate. While we do have access to private detectives, we conduct our own independent research, and the organization itself is an advocacy service. We do not advertise as private detectives, nor do we present ourselves as private detectives. We Can Bring You Hope is an organization that advocates for the missing. We state clearly on our website what our mission is: to advocate for the missing and support the families of the missing. I also want to add in here that we also work with murdered and domestic violence families too. But that was not released in our statement. Our support services are catered to meeting with the various needs of the family. Ultimate goal of providing guidance and empowerment to those who have a missing loved one. We do not, will not, and have not conducted any interviews with any news reporters or podcasters or YouTubers regarding any of our families that we advocate for, unless given specific permission from that family. All information that we share with the family or receive from the family is kept confidential. In instances where deemed necessary, we do submit information to law enforcement. We do not share that information with the public. We Can Bring You Hope continues to assist families all across the country without prejudice, without judgment, and with the goal of walking alongside the families of the missing until which time the missing come home. So with that being said, again, this story is, this interview is going to be with Mr. Wells, Donald Wells, and we're going to be discussing Summer. That is it. Because our goal as an advocacy group is to speak for Summer. So, Donald, how are you this afternoon?
I'm trying to hang in there the best I can,
Yeah, I know. It's hard. Let's just go back to, let's go back to before Summer was born. Let's go back to when you met Candace. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Oh, yeah. We was in Arkansas, and when I just fell in love with her. I don't know. It's just one of the things, we fall in love with somebody, and we tried everything in the world not to have kids, but ended up having 4 kids, But, I don't know. Nothing unusual, I don't think. Just, I don't know. We started out in a van, lived in our van for quite a while.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
So that gives you an idea that that what happened with that interview was not Michelle in that taped interview that other channels aired and said that Don and Candace were getting on the grog, that they were trying to keep them sober. It just didn't happen. Can you put the chat up, Doc? Because I can't see that.
Sorry, well, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sidetracked.
Yeah. Can't see chat.
Get back to it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's cool. So they did not.
The important thing is Michelle's team did not leak anything. They did not give any interviews. They did not speak to anybody about anything to do with Don or Candace or any victims that they help. None of their team did that. All right. Perhaps now, I don't know if you guys have ever seen this before, but I can show you a voice like I can show you guys a video of Obama saying stuff that Obama would never say in a million years, because that's how clever people are with shit, okay?
I can't see chat, by the way.
It should be come up because no one's typed anything. So hang on.
Oh, okay.
Someone's, yeah. Right. What was I saying? I can show you Obama saying shit that Obama would never ever say, right? And it's because that's how clever people are with technology today. They can clip stuff together. They can clip parts of their things that they have said. They can clip parts of the audio together so that it makes it sound like they're saying something completely different and moving words around in the sentences and so on, okay? Deep fake voices. Thank you. I was waiting for someone to tell me what it was. Obama, deep fake voice. Now, I'm going to show you this because Michelle is still saying it wasn't her.
Look at Cam's video last night. Okay. No.
I'll come back. I shall come back to Cam's.
Yeah.
Jordan Peele uses AI for a deep fake Obama. Here, watch this. It's only a couple of minutes, so hang on. Let me show you the deep fake Obama, just so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Yeah. Because we have already seen people do rubbish with photos.
Yeah.
Photoshop's way easy compared to this shit, but
yeah. Now, as far as what was I going to say now? Sorry.
Electric drive with hybrid flexibility. Take charge with new Mitsubishi Eclipse.
It was
Cross
definitely Candace on that call.
Now with former President Obama taking on fake news, except turns out it is not really President Obama in this PSA. This is a clear example of technology that could become more widely used. And ABC's David Wright is here with more. David, this video is proof that we can't believe everything that we see online.
That is right, Paula. Good morning. They say that the camera never lies, but technology is advanced. That's the point of this new thing at any point in time. Former President Barack Obama, right?
So, for instance, they could have me say things like, I don't know, Killmonger was right.
Wrong.
You see, I would never say these things, but someone else would. Someone like Jordan Peele.
Comedian Jordan Peele, actually.
Yeah. The thing is,
there you go.
With this case, is that Don and Candace have been thrown into the too hard basket. If that makes sense.
Now, which video? Someone tell me which video of Cam's. It was last night, was it?
Yeah.
Let me read out the video titles of last night's videos from Cam and Ali. I do not believe for 1 second that Cam and Ali have said anything of the sort, but we shall go and have a look.
Yeah.
I don't think that a victim's advocate would be talking like that about victims that they're helping.
No.
Not a professional.
No, no way.
I just know what they do for, like, this is what they do. They do it all day, every day. They help victims. It doesn't matter if you're a drunk. It doesn't matter if you're on drugs. They understand what trauma does to you. They are not going to be the ones that sit there and backstab the people they're supposedly helping. It just isn't going to happen. Now, I don't know who Cam's talking to, but this Michelle says she does not speak to anybody on Facebook, and nobody in her group would do anything like it.
Now, as far as Cam and Ali faking that video, no, they're not responsible. They're trying to help, and they're trying to do it the right way and be respectful at the same time.
Not saying they're faking anything. I wasn't saying that they faked anything. I'm saying that they've got someone else on the phone. It's not her.
Yeah. As far as the call with Candace, yeah, that was definitely them. They set that up because
I agree with you, but we're allowed to disagree, right?
Yeah.
I don't agree that was this. I don't agree at all, but we're allowed to have different opinions on that. Can I go on?
Yeah, no, you're right. We do need to have different opinions, but we need to work together with them and do it constructively, if that makes any sense.
Right, Cam and Ali don't actually know that they haven't got this girl on the phone. I think, if anything, they're being played as well. All right, let me just are we looking at chatting about the never before seen trail? Is that last night's video? It says 9 hours ago. Is that the video I'm supposed to be looking at? Oh, she came into the chat. For fuck's sake, people. Really? She came into the chat, did she? After she just sat there and told everybody that she doesn't do that shit, you think she really came into the chat? The chat's the easiest way to trick people that it's bloody someone else.
And yeah, they look, any professional would not do that. They would ruin that whole organization if they did.
I'm not even going to look it up now that I know it was a fucking chat thing. Like, seriously, come on, guys. I've showed you how people fake this shit.
Yeah. As far as that young lady went, that came up in chat, see, they even checked first before they even broadcasted it. They made sure.
You're talking about Lexi. That's a different thing altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about Lexi.
Well, I think it came in on that chat. I think it came in on that chat where they said that Michelle was in. I was watching that, but I don't recall that comment. I know that they are very, very, very upset with the whole situation, and they don't know where to turn either. And unfortunately, the YouTubers that are trying to do the right thing by this family, they're copying it left, right, and center. The threats are going, look, it's just horrific what's going on. It should not be happening, and it is exploiting not just this child, but the whole entire family, because we're not working on summer. We're being distracted all the way, and everybody is, as soon as the thing goes up, that is fake or that is phony, everybody jumps on the bandwagon. We're not helping. In fact, we are making it worse by not supporting this family. if that makes sense.
Okay, I'm just looking at the Facebook page now, just to see if they have said anything about it. And it is definitely Michelle Lynn.
Yeah.
Shall I share it so you can see me looking at it? Let me share it. I don't have to do anything with sound with that, so.
Yeah.
There we go.
While you guys
probably going to be too small.
While you guys are looking at that, I'm just going to take off to the ladies for a second. I won't be a tick.
Yep, no worries.
No.
Let's do this. I'm going to knock the chat off the screen for 1 second. Okay. See, this is Michelle Lynn here. Here, look. Have you taken the information you have on Don and Candace to the TBI yet? I have submitted everything we have about this case to TBI immediately. Excellent. YouTube channels are posting what sounds like this We Can Bring You Hope business meeting regarding Don and Candace Wells. Was this recording posted on your podcast? I am curious as to how the YouTube channels obtained this recording. Angela Bennett says, I don't have a podcast or a YouTube channel, but yes, I heard it on Facebook. How in the world was it leaked? I guess from someone at the meeting, she says.
Okay. I'm back.
Yeah, I've knocked the chat off for a second so we can just go through this, all right?
Yeah.
There is a conversation about it here, but she hasn't replied yet.
Right.
It was yesterday, so they said, have you taken the information you have on Don and Candace to TBI yet? She said, yeah, and then they start talking about this recording.
Yeah.
She hasn't replied to it yet, so.
Well, that's what makes me think that whether this is this organisation or not.
Well, her name's Michelle Lynn. Whoops, see?
But it's so easy to fake book. Don't forget
it
that.
is easy to fake. It is easy to fake book, except I'm actually on her page, so.
Oh, okay. That's different.
So, yeah. So I know that one's not fake.
Okay.
I've had this link for a long time, so I know that this one is actually them. So, and these are the professionals that are helping Don. This is them.
Yeah.
This is who the professionals are that are helping Don. So whoever came into chat last night is a bold-faced liar. Just put some name on the screen and you'll board it.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with chat, okay? The entire problem with chat is that they can have any name they like.
Yeah.
You know, they can be anybody. You know, we've got people pretending to be Benny out there going around doing stuff to people, and he cops the blame for it all.
Yeah. Well, now we're also investigating another situation where there are certain YouTubers now that are actually being set up and being fed information that is false. But we need to do more investigating on that, and because we do need to do more investigating on that, it's a bit bold to be making a statement that this is actually happening until we've actually got proof. But we need to try and stop this sort of shit and try and get some help to this family and help them through this change. It's horrific what they're going through. It's not right and it's not fair. Go, girl.
I'm looking it up just to compare the voices, put the voices up together.
Yeah, they are very, very different.
might as well pick the fucking shit out of it since everyone wants to argue about it.
Yeah.
And it's okay, guys. I don't mind if we have differences of opinion.
Yeah.
But I will do this. Like, I'm a researcher. You know that, don't you? I'm a researcher, and I will do this sort of thing when there's a I will find the timestamp where she was on a phone call with Cam. Thank you, Natasha. I've heard the phone call with Cam. I know the phone call that you're talking about, but let me just find who was it? Who was it that put the video out of the who was it that put the video out of the recording that we're all arguing over, the fake recording?
I think
who put the deep fake out?
I think it was AB, but I'm not sure.
Are you serious?
And listen, this is the other thing too. Cool. This is the other thing too, that that because all this is happening, and because all this fake stuff's happening, we cannot get to the truth. If that makes any sense. Find it?
I'm looking.
I can't see chat, so I don't know what anybody is saying at this point in time.
Sorry, while I'm looking, I'll turn chat back on for you.
Okay, cool. And then maybe I can answer some questions. And I mean, if anybody has any suggestions on what we can do to get some, some positiveness in this, by all means. But the one thing that we won't do is bash other YouTubers, or say stuff that we don't know to be absolutely true. Look, the comment about J for Justice. Look, we need to stop doing that. Honestly, the only loser in this is Summer. And that's what we've got to remember. And we've got to stop concentrating on all these diversions, if that makes any sense to you. Okay.
I can't find anything on AB's channel.
Maybe it was
yes, I am
taken down.
That's what I'm looking for, Brandy, exactly.
Yes, I'm watching chat.
Hello, Kathy. Welcome back, chicken.
Morning.
That's right, blessed Bumblebee, agree. That's right, Natasha. I'm gonna try, but I need a link. I need a link of the phone call between the advocate and I had it. Hang on, I know why I do this. Hang on a second. Let me do this on TV because I was listening to it last night, so I'm sure I can pull it up on the TV.
Yeah, you're right, Leslie. There is that.
Unjustified, you saw it. Or I see it. Thank you, Brandy. Go get it. Because I can't find it. I'm looking.
Yeah.
Not for the lack of looking. Britney Spears. I got a ton of I caught up in Britney Spears last night.
Oh, God. I don't even know what's happening there. Maybe reminder, if you have a range, please don't.
J's for Justice, the truth. Here we go. I found it.
Cool. Hi, Quentin.
You deleted yourself, Bumblebee. Oh.
Oh, cool. Brandy just posted the link.
It's all right. I got it. Right. I've got it.
You want me to mute?
Not yet. I'm going to put it on the screen, but just give me 1 sec.
Okay, cool.
I had to find it on the TV. I had to find it on the TV first because I knew I had it bloody marked up there.
Cool.
Okay. Just let me find this.
Now, just remember, we've already heard Michelle, so it's important that we look at this, I suppose, since people are making an issue out of it. Oh, shit. Sorry, Quentin. You're in timeout, are you, Bliss Bumblebee?
All right. I'm going to play a sample from J is for Justice podcast.
Yeah.
So, and then I'm going to switch it over and play a sample from
Michelle.
the other one. Yep, the Michelle one that I just showed you. Okay.
Yeah.
So, this is the J is for Justice one. So let's listen to a sample of that.
He wouldn't do it until 9, and then, he just wouldn't do it until like 9, and I was scared he was going to get drunk, and I didn't want him on the show drunk, so I had to keep calling him like every 15 minutes and making up shit reasons why I was calling him so I could make sure he was sober.
So listen to the Tennessee accent there. That's a person from Tennessee speaking there, or that side of the country. Sober, the way she said sober. Now I'm going to switch it over and I'm going to give you Michelle's actual voice. I screwed it up. Hang on a second. Wrong one. Do it again. All right. Now, this is the actual ladies.
466-4673. You can also leave tips on our website at www.wecanbringyouhope.org. Before I even get started, I want to say something, because during one of the earlier broadcasts, there was a statement made that was misinformation that stated that.
Okay, so do you still all believe it's the same chick?
Yep.
I don't.
Yeah.
Sounds to me sounds like a Tennessee accent.
Yeah.
And a Pennsylvania accent next to each other. That's what it sounds like to me.
Do you want to answer, Leslie?
Well, I didn't see that, Leslie, and if it's not there now, then I can't prove or disprove it. So
yeah. And this is the thing.
But those are not the same.
We do
those
need
are not the same voices.
Yeah, we do need to prove this if people are saying that it is the same person, because we're also damaging this we can
Brandy,
New Hope.
Brandy, that was said in chat. It wasn't her. It was said in chat. Okay, it's someone using a name and just typing shit into chat.
Yeah,
you can't believe that that's the actual person behind the name. I can switch my name to her name right now, if you want me to, on YouTube. It doesn't mean it's her, does it? Just because you're seeing that name there, it doesn't mean it's her.
Now, as far as Candace and this fake call, yes, that was Candace. Okay? It was her on the phone. She did do that. They were trying to set Mary up because they knew that Mary was leaking stuff to other channels. They could have gone about it a different way, but they went about it that way. And I suppose, again, you're looking at putting someone in a corner that already has trust issues and expecting them to act normal or the way you would. And you've got to remember, everybody's different. You can't turn around and say, oh, well, I would have done this or I would have done that. You need to look at the whole picture. It's not just black and white.
Because humans are individual. We are unique little snowflakes. We are individual. What I would have done might be different to what Kazz would have done, and what Kazz would have done might be different to what Wildflower would have done, and so on. Like,
yeah. So I guess that's why I brought AJ's case.
Get a grip, Bumblebee.
Yeah. I think this is why we need to look at AJ's case and the way it's been dealt with. Like, it's after the event. We've got to do something constructive that is going to make a difference and that isn't going to have a negative effect, if that makes sense.
See you later, Quentin. Thanks for calling in, mate. Much appreciated.
See you, Quentin. I'll talk to you tomorrow or later. Yeah, no one knows what they do. Place yourself in that situation. Think about all these people attacking you. You've got people coming from that angle, from that angle, from that angle, from that angle. And what do you get when you do that? You get somebody that is on a self-destruction and are going to make really bad decisions and really bad mistakes. They're going to go back to what they were before they tried to change.
Right. Yes, Wildflower. Once the damage is done, people do not forget the rumours. They just throw shit at the wall, and whatever sticks, sticks. Doesn't matter if it's true. If it sticks, it sticks.
Yeah.
It's just got to stick in your memory, and it sticks.
Yeah. It's really sad that we've got to do this. It's really sad that this family has to go through this. But what we can do is try and change the dynamics and work together and try and make some sense out of this.
Right, and this exercise we just did right now, the exercise that we did in proving that it's two different voices. Yep. This exercise is what you guys should be doing instead of coming here and telling me it's her, it's her, it's her.
Yep.
Go and do these exercises. Can you change your nickname to someone's nickname on YouTube and make it look like you're that person? Go test it. You've got a YouTube account. Go try it. If you hear two voices, do what I just did. Play that voice, go over there, play that voice, and compare the two. Like, these are not hard things to do. We don't need to sit here and, like, you know,
put shit on people.
We don't need to drill you down on it. We've all got access to the same tools that I got right here to test these theories with.
I mean, I was really scared about coming to Aussie with AJ's case, but I just couldn't see what was happening and not say anything or not try and put this into some sort of perspective. And yes, I have a habit of saying, if that makes sense. a flaw.
That's all right. We all got habits.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agreed with you entirely. As soon as the second I looked at AJ's case, where he went missing from, and the car that was seen there, and it got ramped up to an Amber Alert, and the whole thing, it was exactly the same from the start. But what isn't the same, the only part that's not the same, is that whoever had him got cold feet and gave him back and dumped him back on the property. If that's the case, the police are absolutely investigating if that was the case.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't be investigating it if they weren't suspicious that that was the case.
Another point I want to make, and that is we've got another
That's
element
right, Rob.
here that we're playing with. The police came out, or the Texas sheriffs or whatever they are, and they made a point in the Evelyn case. Evelyn, I've forgotten the last name now, but they made a point of going Megan for making false reports. Now, when you look at this whole situation, if the police thought that this family had done something, then the police would have acted. They would have made an arrest. They would have been done for false reporting. They would have come out. And we're talking about the same county here, I think. I don't know, but
right.
You've got to look.
Well, he was in the same county.
Yeah.
Here's one that was in the county. The Megan Boswell, that was in the same county. And I'll tell you what happened with Megan Boswell is the second the police thought she was lying to them, she got locked up.
Yep.
Straight away. Charged with 10 counts of lying or something to the police. You see what I mean, guys? Look.
Yeah. Yes, it did work, didn't it? So
you want to tell me that was actually Michelle in the chat last night, or what?
Or is it AB? Yeah, as I said, you got to look at the whole picture and stop putting this family in the too-hard basket. What was that?
Oh, I'm just joking with them, going, so you didn't believe me, did you?
It's easy.
Yes, beach girl, I know you do. I know you do. I know you stuck by me. Thank you. Anybody who hasn't seen, my Emma said what video, go and have a look, because I like to debunk shit. So hopefully we debunked a few, bits of funnies tonight.
We know you're not trying to argue, Brandy. What we're saying is that it's really good that you do voice your opinion, but it needs to be put in the right perspective. Once you can put it in the right perspective, then and only then can you do something. So that's what I'm saying. If we get together and we look at
Brandy, it wasn't just you. It wasn't just you, Brandy.
No.
There was a couple of people who were very confused about what they saw and what they were putting together. And so that's why I did this little exercise, just to show you guys, it wasn't just you by yourself, Brandy. So don't feel that we're just having a go at you. We're not, honest.
No.
We're sort of sharing this with everybody. There's technology involved, and this is how the technology works. But this is what I do, Brandy. I debunk. Go and look at my other video on Emma said what, and that's that's to do with the crime stories obsessed so-called messages with Grandis. Okay, Grandma Candace. That I don't think they were real. I don't think that was Grandma Candace.
No, I don't think it was either. You're tainted now, Bumblebee.
Yes, please, Bumblebee, please do change back, because that's really hard.
Yeah.
That's hard to deal with.
It is. And as I said, we're not trying to trash other YouTubers. What we're trying to do is open people's minds so that we can treat this whole case in a different manner and hopefully get somewhere constructively, if that makes sense.
Yes, you're back, Bumblebee. You're back.
Cool.
She's back. So, that's right, Leslie. We were showing a bunch of you that thought what you saw going on YouTube was actually real shit.
Yeah.
So
now that again, that tape with Don and Candace, I will make it very, very clear. That was them. Okay? But they're in a corner here. And they just did it the wrong way. But there were other YouTubers, I will say this, that knew of a situation and added to it. And that's what we need to stop. If that makes sense.
but that's okay. You know what? This is going to make it interesting. This actually gives my channel a bit of meaning. Like I'm running around and looking for a direction. How about whenever you've got rumors or you got shit going on like that, come over here and see if I can debunk it. If I can debunk it, then we can go, all right, that's a rumor. But if I can't debunk it, then you probably know that I can't debunk it. So, maybe it's true.
Yeah.
How about that? Because, I'm pretty sure I'm fairly switched on to all the shit that you can do with all this technology. But, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some weird shit going on out there that I don't know about.
Yeah.
I don't claim to know everything. I just know that I can fiddle around with things and find shit out. So
I also want to make a point, and that is I don't normally go on YouTube. Well, I don't normally do anything like this. But
this is your first appearance, isn't it, Kazz?
Yeah, first appearance on anything, really. Except my training video, my physio video on my Facebook page. But yeah, I think that everybody is under pressure. And I think that we're putting more pressure, or YouTubers are putting more pressure on themselves. And they've also got to look at if Don and Candace do get are innocent and they do get or find their feet and get a proper lawyer, they can sue all these people for doing this, for tearing their family apart even more than what it is. And we need to do it. That's all there is to it. We have to do this. And we also have to protect these families. Beg your pardon?
I don't think they can afford a lawyer. That's the problem.
No.
There was talk about Sher trying to provide them with a pro bono lawyer.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know that actually ever came about.
Apparently, Don didn't go. He didn't feel like going, but I think Don thinks that he's being set up everywhere.
Right, but I didn't even know that she even did set it up. I don't know that. I'm just questioning everybody now, Kazz.
Yeah,
everybody.
Well, you need
got a
to
question mark on everybody right now.
Yeah, you need to. As far as observers that did this video on Don and Candace, look,
it was awesome. It was an awesome video. I shared it with Kazz last night. It was an awesome video. He actually did baseline reading first so that he could see that they already have this certain baseline when they're acting normal.
Yeah.
And he went from the baseline. He does it in every video. He starts with a baseline. And that's when, how you guys all know that Benny's been talking about atypical and typical people, that these readings, these body language readings are usually done on typical people, normal, typical. So they don't take into account the individuality that's involved with things like ADHD and Asperger's and all the other different things that are on the spectrum, bipolar, all that sort of stuff. they don't take those into account, and they often have tics and facial tics, and sometimes they're on Ritalin or dexamphetamines or whatever to treat whatever it is that they have. So Observe takes all of that into account. He could see that Candace was clearly on something, whether she was on, an illicit drug or a medication.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to say. He said if she's on a medication for trauma, then he totally understands why she's on that medication. I get it too. So he went through everything, every little detail like that before he started doing the reading, and that's what makes someone who's doing this like in the modern era. Okay, and also notice his age. He's not a boomer,
and for the right reasons.
Right.
So about this pro bono lawyer, look, I think that Don was in a place where he didn't trust. Not even Shirk did he trust. I think that he did things to see how she'd react to things, and I believe he thinks that he was being set up. Yeah, the behaviour panel did a really good analysis. They were fantastic. I watched that, Brandy. It was really, really good.
Nonetheless, they are boomers, and they are using the old technology. They are using the old technique. And I would just add, even a stop clock's right twice a day.
Yeah.
Because I can actually pick out dozens of their videos where they're just so wrong. They've just got it all so screwed up.
Yeah.
Because I know the cases so well. I know the actual court documents and the evidence and the photos that were submitted for evidence. I know them that well that I know that they're wrong. So I reckon the Don and Candace reading that they did, out of the last 10, the Don and Candace one, and maybe one of those psychopaths, that was all they were right about.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think, as I said, we need to look at this and try and bring Summer home if we can. I mean, look, time isn't on our side here. But if we don't sit back and look at this situation, this family has no hope, and we have no hope of finding this girl. The thing that I do agree with is what Chasing Truth has done. And also the new one that she's brought in with Hughes, Grey Hughes.
Yep, so mean, allegedly. It's so cool. You guys are going to go watch it, because Gray's a straight thinker as well. He doesn't always get on the innocent bus, but he's a very level-headed thinker.
I'll also say one thing too, and that is that I'm also ADHD. I've been medicated and unmedicated throughout my life. At the moment, I'm unmedicated. And I also think that Don may have a touch of ADHD as well, which is playing into it. And the comorbids that he's displaying fit right in that hole. So when you look at that and you look at it in the right perspective,
we're not diagnosing either, people. We're just observing, okay?
Yeah.
Not diagnosing, just
No.
observing, as Dr. Todd Grundy would say.
Yeah. As I said, you need to look at the whole picture. We're not trying to show up other YouTubers or anything else. We're just saying that the whole situation needs to be taken in its proper perspective, and we all need to work together if we all want to bring Summer home. And the only reason why you guys are here is because you want to bring Summer home. So why can't we do this together? Okay, we're everywhere. We're in different states, different countries, but we can collaborate. We can look at it in its right way, and we can also make sure that people do the right thing by this family.
I can tell you why. Actually, I know the actual answer to why people can't work together. I actually do know the answer, and it's because nobody likes Benny.
Yeah.
Anybody on that side don't like Benny, so they don't want to work with Benny. So they've got a petition out there. They've got a petition out there to take Benny off the air.
Yeah. Look.
So that's why people don't want to work with anything that Benny says. They're going to go against him. It doesn't matter if it's good, bad, or indifferent. They don't care about the kid. They just want to go against him. As long as it's against him. That's why they started picking on Cher and Mark, because Benny appeared on their channel. That you go back and look at AB's channel. He didn't start picking on them until Benny appeared on there. And then all of a sudden he was the hot topic on AB's channel. Cher and Mark were the hot topic.
Yeah.
It's because AB doesn't like him. And this goes back way before any of us met him.
Yeah.
This goes way back. This goes back to other stuff that none of us had anything to do with. Some other thing about someone who was shot way back before any of us had anything to do with Benny. So that's just always going to be there. And people who just have hate in their heart are going to go over and love AB's channel.
Yeah.
And we're going to get into the hate thing, and they're going to love every minute of it. He come out after me for a little while, and I didn't mind that. It wasn't until someone started threatening me and started making videos threatening me that I just dropped off and said, well, okay, that's enough. Like,
yeah.
It wasn't so much they were threatening me, it's they were threatening they were bringing up my son and my daughter and my grandkids. So that's where it went over the line for me. So I dropped off for a little while.
Yeah.
But I just find AB a pig, I don't find him threatening at all. He's just a pig. But the other ones I did find those threatening, and they were actually following me around on my posts around the YouTubes and attacking me everywhere. So that just got a little bit, got tired of all of that.
I think that's what we're trying to stop. And highlighting how other YouTubers, without saying, I don't think we really need names, because I think we all know that there are people doing the wrong thing by this family. Whether we like it or not, it's happening. It's a fact. We've got to work on how to make it better.
They're going to do that anyway. They are going to do that anyway, even without this background shit going on with Benny. Absolutely. It's going to happen anyway. But I think it's just been amplified with this case because of the couple of larger channels who are anti-Benny. So it's been amplified in this case. So they've all taken sides and went, yeah, all right, we don't like his yelling, so we're going to go against Benny. So, and it is a pity, because this is about someone else. They're all saying that they're all about someone else. And I was telling you this the other night. You can't talk out of both sides of your cheek, right?
Yeah.
You can't say, bring Summer home, but that home's no good for her. Not that home, Do you care about Summer or not? Because she's not going to be happy in any other home unless there's a reason she shouldn't be in that home. And at the moment, there's no particular reason she shouldn't be in that home except a bunch of rumours. Rumours are not a reason CPS to go take a child away. Okay? CPS has to see evidence. They can't just do this on rumours. They can't just go split up entire families based on rumours. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
Why are you biting, Bumblebee? What's up? Get it off your chest.
Yeah.
Get it off your chest. We're all venting. Why don't you do it? I promise you won't get kicked. And don't say anything about, unless it's about SA. Don't say that. That's the only one that's the only one I'll pull up, because I don't want to talk about that on my channel.
Yeah. And as I said, it's not about vilifying this family. It's about giving them hope and helping them make the right change that they need to make. So if they do end up finding Summer, or they do end up getting these kids back, like their other kids, which must be tearing their friggin' hearts apart, Yeah, we need to give them some tools. They don't have any. And they're not doing it the right way. And people are really jumping on the bandwagon of all the negativity. Let's look at what he's trying to do right. I don't agree with the things that he has done. But I think if he had better tools, I think that if he had a spokesperson, and I also think that if the sheriff there comes out and says something about what is happening in public, then maybe, just maybe, we might get through this, if that makes sense.
Yeah, if it makes you feel any better, Brandy, we have the same rumor mongers here in Australia, okay? We were talking about the Lindy Chamberlain case. That was before social media. Everyone was doing it then.
Yep.
This shit's not new. There's just nasty assholes out there, okay? There's just people out there who think they're perfect and only they can be perfect and they're the perfect parents and nobody else can be perfect like them. There's just people out there that are like that. Unfortunately, I used to hang around with those sort of people.
So did I.
But I don't anymore. Right, I don't anymore. I made that choice to not hang around with those sort of people because they started doing it to me. Like, one of my best friends of 20 years said to me, like, why do you have to be Asperger's? Can't you just be a shit mother?
Yeah.
Like, that broke my heart in half, man. Like, when your bestie says something like that.
Yeah.
Like, where the fuck does that come from?
Yeah.
When they're claiming that they're your best friend for 20 years. Why would someone say something like that? Yes, it is worse on social media, Wildflower. Absolutely.
Yeah. Makes it hard for us to get to the bottom of what's really going on too. I mean,
right, because none of us is perfect. That's the end of the story.
Yeah.
None of us is perfect. When you accept that you're not perfect, then you will stop judging others.
Yeah. Unfortunately, people are going to judge. People are going to jump up and down. People are going to attack. But if we can get to the root of this, and if we can find out which YouTubers, good YouTubers that are trying to do the right thing are being set up with and running with false things, if we can try and change the trajectory here a little, then we can do something. Truth will prevail.
Yeah.
But we've got to do it the right way. Can't do this. Can't keep doing this. It's wrong. It's abusive. And you know what? We all know it's wrong. So we're all contributing if we're not doing something about it. It's no different. If you go out on the street and you see somebody belting the living daylights out of somebody and you know that that's happening and you don't do anything to stop it, then you're just as guilty. No different.
Right.
You commit a crime and somebody else is there, whether they knew about it or not, they shouldn't have been there. So you've got to look at these things. It's so hard to find people that are going to try and do the right thing and get a positive result out of it without it impacting this family, because it's just so wrong. Sorry, I get really compassionate about these things because I've had a very, very similar situation happen to me. And
right, Kaz, you don't need to apologise. If you want to start yelling at us for breakfast too, we'll let you.
It's just mad. I mean, not even this happened with Laurie Daybell or Megan Boswell or Letitia Stouch. We never jumped up and down so much as what we are over Summer Wells and this family.
Right. And the West Boys, for those who were with us for that long. And Bumblebee, that's exactly why I had to drop out of my 20-year, friend circle.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is 10 years later, the bestie comes to me and she's like, I think we just I don't know why we fell out. It was all just so bad. And I was trying to explain to her how my Asperger's actually impacted our friendship. And the weird thing is she took it that I was criticizing her and not trying to explain how I was getting caught in these social situations that I couldn't deal with because I couldn't read them before they were on top of me. I was already overloaded going, oh God, how did I get into this shit to start with? And that's all I needed her to understand, that if we were going to resume a friendship, she can't put me in those situations anymore. Like, she's got to understand that I have Asperger's and accept that I've got it and not put me in those situations. But she took it as I was attacking her. And so I just ended up not even trying. I ended up deleting her and just, I'm over it. I mean, it was worth the effort to try and patch the friendship, but she wasn't getting it. She does. I think it's because she still doesn't believe I have Asperger's. I think that she just still wants to believe I'm just a shit person. That I can't handle those situations because I'm shit. So I think that's what it comes down to. I'm not sure, but I just got tired of it. The more I tried to explain it, the more upset she was getting, that it sounded like I was attacking her, and I really wasn't. I was really just trying to say, when this type of situation happens, this is how I get. And she's like, well, I'm sorry I put you in that situation. I'm like, no, that's not what I was trying to say. I'm not saying you put me there. I'm just saying this is a situation that I can't deal with.
And this is how I deal with it. I've got a boy who's got Asperger's as well, and he's copped a lot of shit throughout his life. So I get what you're saying. And people that do have mental illnesses or that have drug issues, they're not seeing things in the proper perspective. And you've got to remember, this is a baby that we're talking about, a little 5-year-old girl, and people are making money, and people are exploiting it, and people are abusing this family. And it's just, it makes my blood boil. And I do get compassionate, Bumblebee, because it's just wrong. We're adding to this problem if we keep allowing it to happen. If we can't look at this constructively, even the haters, we need to be able to understand. Sorry.
Brandy, don't be sorry.
Yeah.
Just be you. Don't be sorry. Just be you. Like, I've got in the description what topics we're not allowed to talk about. Everything else is up for grabs, mate. So please don't be sorry. Just be you. Be your authentic self. Okay?
That's it.
I want everybody on my channel to be their authentic self, unless that authentic self is, a nasty ass. And then I will beat your authentic ass out.
So if we can get some constructive, I suppose, what your feelings are on how you think it might be an idea on what we should do about this. It gives us a voice, and it also gives us a place where we can feel safe without all the crap, if that makes sense.
Sure, Natasha. I can absolutely tell you what Asperger's is and what I struggle with.
Yeah.
I can actually just use that friendship that died as the example.
Yeah.
So she was unfaithful with her partner, and she needed to keep it a secret, and I can't keep secrets. It was as simple as that. And so whenever he was asking me what she be doing, is she playing up on me, and I'd get all tongue-tied and I couldn't answer him properly because I can't keep secrets. And then, it just sort of went out of control from there. Next minute, she's besties with the wife of the other husband that she's playing up with, and she's going, come and socialize with us. And so now I'm in this situation with the wife, knowing that my bestie is bonking her husband, and I have foot and mouth disease, so I got to watch everything that comes out of my mouth so I don't drop any hints whatsoever that shit's going on, and I can't do it. I can't keep secrets. I'm sorry, I have foot and mouth disease.
I had that same thing happen to me. And I also had a judge, right, turn around and tell me, because I am honest, that I was too honest, and that's what got me in this situation. So,
right.
I guess
that's another thing about us. We're too honest. We're too fucking blunt.
Yeah.
We'll tell you how it is, and we might upset you and hurt your feelings, but it's not because we're trying to hurt your feelings. It's just because we say it how it fucking is.
But if you were to make us aware that what we're saying is coming across the wrong way, then we go out of our way to make sure that we change so that we can do something about it. And I think that that's
Right.
a really good
both
point.
A little bit of a two-way street.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a two-way street, which is what I was trying to explain to my bestie. Is it is a two-way street. You can do a little bit of changing, but that person also needs to understand that there are things that you struggle with. Like, you don't actually see that someone's getting upset with your bluntness until they're actually spewing walrus guts all over the floor at you. And then if you get a little bit of a warning sign, you can go, oh, I think I said something wrong because that face doesn't look right.
Well, I'll give you another example. My son, when he was 4, he used to beat living shit out of me. I am 5 foot nothing. I was under 40 kilos at the time. And he pushed me out of the window, and I had friends trying to tell me that somebody was beating me up. It wasn't my son. Then we went to a reunion party, and my son, he picked up some glass, and he started cutting himself. He didn't realize what we were doing, but every time someone went to go near him, we couldn't. So to give you a better example, he would laugh at a funeral, but he would cry at a wedding. So people with Asperger's don't pick up on social cues. That's something that we have to learn. Not that I'm Asperger's, I'm ADHD. We have to learn how we're going to survive.
Your son is, so you've got that experience.
Yeah. It's very, very hard. Go on.
I'm going to totally sidetrack everything because Pansy. Whoops. Hang on. Pansy. Pansy, you are here. And I want you to dish the goss, chicken.
Yeah.
You need to dish the goss. So Pansy said on our previous video that she's got some information about Anthony Hammonds. And I just want to compare notes because, is it sort of, the same information that I had, or is it new information? Or so, yeah. Come on, Pansy. Do you want to come up? Do you want to come up and show us what you got? Or do you want to just type it in there, or what? Or what, man?
Don't worry, it's only 2:16 in the morning here. So we're doing well.
Yep. I'm not sure if it's anything because I couldn't match anything up. Really? You got me so excited. I've been sitting here waiting for the day Pansy comes in and tells us what she's got. If You found a drywall company. Please don't tell me you found a drywall company that puts bodies inside walls. Hammond's Wallen.
Oh.
So you think that could be the dude that, I don't know, should I even go there? Could that be the dude that was fired?
I don't know.
Oh, well done, Wildflower. Woo! Mammoth effort, girlfriend.
What was that?
You're still with it. Still with us and still firing on all 4 cylinders.
What are we going to do? Okay, what's your thought? What's your thought,
Oh,
Pansy?
my thought. What? Oh, okay.
Don't choke on pasta. Doesn't go down well.
That's right. I choked on my coffee last night, so someone else's turn tonight.
Oh, I'm getting a bit of a headache because I've been up so long dealing with my dad.
Right. Well, you feel free to jump out anytime you like, because these guys are going to be here for at least another 2 hours. I know what they're like. I say I'll go, and then it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, please don't choke. We'll never talk to you again if you do. So what's this thought you've got, Pansy?
Oh, it's private. So,
okay.
So you want me? I missed it. Come back. You want me to hit you up with some contact details, Pansy? How's that? Yes. Rightio.
Cool.
Oops. Chat's moving so fast I can't catch the bloody things.
Moving pretty slow here.
Pansy, if you go after this video finishes and you're still around, go over to my wall, over to my YouTube channel, go to the discussion page and type a message on my discussion page, and I will hit you with an email address where you can contact me, and then I will delete it again as soon as you got it, okay?
Oh, wow. I'm just reading Donna's comment. Did we end up getting to the bottom of Tony Hammond, Tonie and Tomy?
We did. His name's Anthony Hammonds.
Yeah.
And we did a video on him, and we found out that he is not. Yeah.
I did see that, but I came in late. So.
Right. And we also found Frank Light.
Yeah, I seen that.
We took some going around in circle. We found him eventually, and he's not in jail either.
See, this is crazy. This is the crazy part, is that there's too many people around that area that are doing the wrong thing, if you get my meaning, because we're not talking about it. But yeah.
Right. So if you want my email, if you want to email me, go over to my discussion page on my channel, not a video, my actual discussion page, and type a message in there and stay put, and I'll give you my email, and then you've got to say, yep, I've got it, and then I'll delete it again, because I don't want to go through what Benny's going through right now.
No.
Benny is going through hundreds of emails every day, and it's doing his head in. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to be in his boat ever, because it's not good for my anxiety.
It's good knowing, Dana, that you've got that information, but what do you do with it? I mean, look, do you start picking the company apart that he works for, or do you?
No, but what I can do with it is find out whether it was legit that they actually have given John an alibi. That's what I can do with it.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing. So
because we don't know what's legit anymore, because the channel that did get that alibi, that did get their alibi and showed us, we don't know if that's legit anymore. We don't know. So when it comes down to what I call legit, that's when I seen it with my own eyes, because I dug it up and I researched it and I got the information myself. That's when I call it a fact.
yeah. And that's what we need to do in this case. We need facts. And we have to stop vilifying this family. We need to put it in its right perspective if we want to help him.
No, it's okay. I don't mind giving an email address if there is some information that you think is relevant that you want me to look up, or that to cross reference with what I'm looking up. I'm okay with that. I just don't want thousands of emails every day of people saying, look at this gossip and look at that gossip and this channel said this about you and that channel said that about you, because I get along just fine not knowing shit.
Yeah. I'm the same.
So that's what's happening to me. As soon as someone goes live and talks about him, he gets 500 emails, everybody telling him, oh, this person's talking about you, blah, 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 and this is what they said, and it's just doing his head in. Like, people just don't understand how much pressure they put. They think it's only them emailing their favorite YouTube personality or whatever. But it's actually hundreds of people are emailing them, and everyone's telling them the same thing. Everyone's giving them gossip. And so, yeah, I don't want to hear gossip. If you've got some information that is actually related and it's not gossip. Hey, G-Dog.
Hi, G-Dog.
So yeah, if you really need to send me something, then I'm good with that, and I will organize getting you the email address and then deleting it again so the trolls can't get it.
I mean, how do you think I got here? Yeah, it's really hard.
Exactly.
I've stopped watching a lot of channels to myself. And
Kazz reached out. She said, here I am. And I said, quick, here's my email. Grab it, gone. Like that, wasn't it?
Yeah. So why don't we look at debunking some of these things so we can try and help this family? A GoFundMe page would be great, but because everybody's making such an issue out of it, I just don't know what other way we can do it. Maybe Cam and Ali, because they have direct contact with Don as well. They've been there, they've spoken to them, they're not taking sides, they're trying to do the right thing, and they're copying shit too. But because they are up there and they're not doing the wrong thing, maybe, just maybe, Cam and Ali might be able to help us piece this together. If that makes sense.
Right. And I actually do believe that they're being genuine.
Yeah.
I believe that they genuinely are trying to help. I have no reason to believe that they're not.
Yeah. What's that song? You can't deal one without the other. Oh, that is great that somebody set that up.
All right, Natasha, do it. Do it, and then I'll grab it, and then you can delete it again. How's that? You can delete your own comment, can't you, in chat?
I don't know.
You're a mod, you should be able to.
I don't know.
Do it, Natasha. Okay, everybody who wants me to email them or wants to send me something, do it right this second. Type your email address in, and then I'll grab it, and then I'll tell you, and then you can delete it again. So it's not coming up in the chat ever again. All right?
I know what that song was off. Love and marriage, love and marriage.
That's the one.
Yep.
Who was singing that the other day? Someone was singing that the other day.
Oh, no, but I think it's fitting.
Him and Ali. Who was singing that the other day? Hey, Dee Dee. Hi, Mikey likes it. I forgot to say hello to you. I know you've been here for a while and I forgot. Sorry.
Oh, that is great that locals are helping. That's fantastic.
All right, I got one. Oh, don't do that. Sorry. Hang on. I was trying to copy it and I almost put it on the screen. Hang on. Get out the way. Stop it.
Gee, dog, girl, you're making me crack up here.
Sorry, Natasha. It's taking me a minute.
Look, we're not here to put shit on other YouTube channels. We're just here to say, look, we need to look at it differently. And we need to put it in its proper perspective. If we start doing the same thing that they are doing, we are no better.
All right, Natasha, you can remove it now. Sweetie, I got yours.
If that makes sense.
Your turn, Pansy. Unless you don't want to do it.
Yep.
Oh, you know what I had to do? I was supposed to take it off bloody overlay.
No.
If anyone puts another email up, I have to take the chat overlay off. I'm sorry, because I just bloody blasted out Natasha's email address.
Oh, shit. Sorry, didn't mean to swear there, but...
Deleting it from the chat's only good if you haven't got the freaking thing on the screen.
I don't really know what our options are. All that I know is that we need a different angle here. We need to come at this differently so that we can put it in its right perspective and get this family some help they deserve and need. And we start treating them like they are victims here, because they are. Whatever has happened, they are victims. They're uneducated. They have problems. They don't know how to talk to people. I mean, that's probably the first time that Don and Candace have ever gotten in front of a bloody camera. And they don't just have one person coming at them. They got like 10, 15 people coming.
You can take it down now.
They got 10, 15 people at them at the same time asking them the same thing. And because Don is like me, I suppose, he goes off in different tangents, it makes it hard. Then you've got the religious side of things with the church and the impact that has. So you really need to look at this in a different light. We need to start thinking about, our own actions and how we contribute to making things worse. And that is when we start calling out these channels that are doing the wrong thing, that we do it in a manner where it's respectful and where we can do it in a private situation and then debunk it and make a difference with that knowledge.
Right. We don't actually have to say the channel's name to debunk the rubbish that they're going on with. So
that's right.
I have done reaction videos. I have done a reaction video to one particular channel.
Yeah.
Okay, I've done 2 reaction videos. I've done one reaction video and one straight out debunking video on a particular channel, and she is not happy with me at all.
You need to take Beach Girl's number. Beach Girl's comment out.
Okay, I got Beach Girl. All right, hang on a second. Let me get it first before you remove it, girlfriend.
Yeah, that's right. Mikey likes it. If Don and Candace don't have the right tools, then they're gonna keep getting this.
I got your Beach Girl. You can delete it now. Oh my God, I forgot to take it off the screen again. Oh. Yeah, I don't know why he didn't come over here.
Yeah, you're
Send him
right.
the link.
You're right, Natasha. And look, even having ADHD, having ADD, having Asperger's, being autistic, we all deal with things differently. And without the proper tools, there's a saying, trying to think of it. We need to be armed with knowledge the right way so that we can do things in a better way to affect everybody, if that makes any sense. Sorry, maybe I need I need a bat here, one of them mosquito zappers, I think.
All good, G-Dog. We'll catch you on the next round, lovey. Thanks for dropping by.
As I said, this is the first time I've ever been on YouTube or whatever, and I just thought that we could do things differently. And Ozzy, I really appreciate you giving me a voice tonight and trying to get to the bottom of this, because it's really important. It's really important that we don't exploit this family. It's really important that we don't exploit Summer. And it's really important that we try and arm people with the right tools. If you have the knowledge, you've got the tools, then you can make a difference. And unfortunately, putting shit on everybody, setting up YouTubers, setting up Don and Candace to catch them out. As I said, we're contributing to that by not doing anything. We are helping. And I don't want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of doing something that is right, something that is constructive, something that is going to make a difference, that is going to get this family the proper help that they need to get through this. Don't take their kids. Don't vilify them for drugs or anything else. Let's help them get their home together so they can get their kids home. Teach them some parenting tools. And look, if we can do this and we can open up other people's eyes to what we're doing, then maybe, just maybe, we might get to the bottom and maybe we might find Summer.
Maybe, because we're not going to do it by creating rumors.
No.
So I just want to say to Sue, I understand what you're saying, but I'm just going to put it out there that that's a hindsight bias.
Yeah.
Sue, I'm not going to put it on the screen because it's I don't want to make a big example out of it, because I just made Brandy feel bad, and I'm not trying to make people feel bad, but that literally is a hindsight bias.
Yeah.
So you can say, in hindsight, had I not had that barrel with that word on it, maybe this could have happened.
Yeah.
But that doesn't change the intention of the person who took Summer. It doesn't change their intention.
No.
All right. Even if the barrel isn't visible at all and not even there, it does not change the intention of the person who took Summer. Do you get what I'm saying? What was the examples we went through last night, Kaz? I think one was the John Bonet case.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the John Bonet case, like, I didn't like the fact that she was parading that little girl around like a little tart. Okay. I thought that was, doing that in public and dressing her up like a teenager in skimpy clothes and stuff like that. I thought that was asking for trouble, but that's a hindsight bias because the person who did what they did to little John Bonet was going to do it to some little girl anyway, right? So Mrs. Bonet decided, all right, I won't dress my little girl up like that. That's not going to change the intention of the person that did it.
No.
That's going to go to another little girl. It would be some other little girl that we would be talking about.
That's right.
Okay, these are the intentions of the people that are doing this sick shit. It's not the intention of someone who has a barrel in the yard with for sale written on it. Okay, it's not an intention of theirs.
No,
it's
it was
not
just there. It was just there.
The intention,
yeah,
right. The intention of Mrs. Bonet, John Bonet's mother, wasn't to put her daughter on show so some sicko could come get her. That wasn't her intention. It was the sicko's intention. So, good morning, Cotton Eye Joe.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to sound like I'm coming down on you because you mentioned it, but it is completely stupid, and that's exactly right. You're right.
I mean, if that barrel had had I like hose, what would that have been?
Right.
You know?
What was the other example we come up with? We come up with another one last night, Kazz. We were talking about the hindsight bias. Monica Sherrard.
Yeah.
Okay, that was another one that got completely blown out of proportion, the Cash Gernon case.
Yeah.
It got completely blown out of proportion because Monica wasn't a likable person. And maybe she was on drugs because she had bags under her eyes. Okay, so everyone's saying, well, maybe if she wasn't on drugs and she was a likable person, that Cash wouldn't have been murdered. But the fact is, that kid went and kidnapped another kid just a few weeks before. He was going to get a kid. No matter what anybody else did, he was going to get a kid and he was going to hurt him. That was his intention. None of this had anything to do with Monica Sherrard.
Yeah.
So.
But you've also got to look at the case with Summer too. And that is, these things are happening. Don does try and explain himself, and when he does, he makes it hard because he goes off on a different tangent, and then he'll come back to it, and it makes him look not credible. So everybody will pick at that.
And they're trying to swat away all of this shit.
It's like
they're trying to swat away all the shit that's being said about them. So the fact that it looks like they're trying to, cover their asses or whatever, it's just stop fucking throwing shit at them, and they won't have to. They can just be normal then, and then you'll start seeing their true colors. Yeah. But right now, all you're seeing is defense.
Yeah.
So when you stop throwing shit, you start seeing some real person. Start seeing genuine personalities. So
they did.
Well, I'm glad you apologized to her, Pansy, because a lot of people were really nasty to her. Do you know why she had bags under her eyes? Because a kid just got fucking killed in her care. All right, that's why she had bags under her eyes. Was she getting any sleep after that? No fucking way. Nobody's getting no sleep after that. She had a black eye. Someone punched her in the fucking eye. She went to go her dog got out of the yard or something, and she had to go to the pound to pick up a dog, and someone punched her in the face. You think that none of this is going to be happening to Don? Of course it's going to happen to Don.
Yeah.
And Candace. They're going to be out in the street, and there's going to be vicious assholes like that. So.
Yeah. And, look, Don and Candace aren't dealing with this. They're really not. And they're scraping at walls. They're in a fight or flight situation. There was a study done a few years back about blue eyes, green eyes. And I can't remember the actual details of it, but it was an experiment that was done. Another experiment that was done was they got a group of people, and some played inmates and the other ones played the guards to see how people reacted. And the people that were playing the prison guards, they went to town on these people that were the so-called criminals. And they put these people in an experiment just to see how they would react. And the reaction that they got from that was absolutely mind-boggling. It was ridiculous.
Shocking that people behave that, and they know it's an experiment. I mean, that's the thing. They know these people aren't really criminals. They just went to town on them because they could.
Yeah.
They were given a baton and here you go, do it.
Yeah. So, and I think that we're facing this situation the same way with Don and Candace. They got themselves in a situation where their family were making up stuff. Or not so much. Look, they were telling their truths, just like Don was telling his truth. And it was used in a very destructive way. And their way was just, okay, well, if we say that this has happened, now that we know that charges are being pressed and everything else, we want to know who's doing this shit so that they could stop it. They just did it the wrong way, unfortunately. And I think that they were set up, and I think that people have put certain things in their heads, trying to get their confidence, and they're just being used. And then they're being dumped like a hotcake when the shit hits a fan. It's just wrong.
Right.
That makes sense.
Yes. I was gonna add to what you were saying. There's been lots of experiments like that. There was another experiment that they did, which was so they had one group of people who were going to shock another group of people, right? They had a little button. They were hooked up to electricity. That was only pretend. They weren't actually hooked up to electricity. And they were like the test was to see how far the group of people would go, shocking the other person with electricity. And they went to some extremes, same sort of experiment. They went to some sort of extremes where they were they were not just pressing the button to shock them, but they were turning up the power volume, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so
So there are lots of things that people do to get certain reactions, and I think that's what's happened in this case. And as I said, if Ali hadn't have been the first one to speak out, then it would have gone in a completely different direction. I think that she was coaching Hunter. I mean, I was watching the body language there.
I agree.
I was watching
Did
the
you
body
watch
language
Sav
there.
Girls breakdown? Did
Beg
you
your
watch
pardon?
Sav Girls breakdown of that? Did you watch Sav Girls breakdown of Alison coaching Hunter?
No, I didn't.
She just caught she just went and grabbed just those snippets where she was coaching him.
Yeah.
Just those snippets by themselves and isolated them down to those snippets. And that was a very good demonstration that she actually was coaching Hunter, telling him to say where he was supposed to be at, different parts of the conversation and stuff. There was one point where she said, "Oh yeah, I saw blah 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 blah," and Hunter went, "You were in bed. You didn't see nothing." And I just laughed at that. So.
I think the other thing too is that Hunter called Candace, not Candace didn't call Hunter. So that's been taken way out of
Glitter. I just want to say to Glitter, we're not going to talk about that topic because it should never have been on YouTube. All right.
No.
I support the women folk going to the authorities and reporting to the authorities. I support them ringing TBI and telling TBI what happened. But I do not support them going on YouTube with it. I don't support, dare I say it, I don't support Benny doing it either, where
Yeah.
John B's son's concerned. I had to jump out of that and go to sleep. I went to bed because I didn't want to hear it. You know, that's Benny's channel. He can do whatever he wants over there. I'm not in any way going to try and control what he does or doesn't do on his channel.
Yeah.
But that's one thing I will not do on my channel, okay? I will not be talking about private affairs. Law enforcement need to know. And if it's connected to a case, then that law enforcement needs to know. And other than that, it should not be on YouTube. This is private stuff. It should not be on YouTube. I don't support the stepsisters recording stuff and splashing that all over YouTube.
Yeah.
Don't support it. End of story. You know, if Chris McDonough wants to go and fight for someone in some case like that, let him go do it. Just don't put it on YouTube. It's private. It's not shit that you want spread all over YouTube. Okay? Because first of all, if it's true, then the victims are being re-victimized because it's all over fucking YouTube. People that aren't going to believe it. There's people that's going to put them down because they put it on YouTube. All right. Secondly, if it's not true and it's a false allegation, then it destroys somebody's life. And we only need to look at the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard case to see destroying somebody's life with false allegations. This is something I want to do a discussion on, is that particular case. I don't expect Benny to do it because he cops a lot of shit about being rough, gruff and violent. And I'm not. I don't come from that angle at all. So it is something that I feel like I can talk on. Plus, I've also been the recipient of DV. So I would really like to talk about the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard case and jump into the actual court records because they're so interesting. If any of yous are interested. I sometimes feel like that maybe Benny doesn't want to because he doesn't think anyone will be interested. So if you're going to be interested in jumping into those court records and seeing what evidence is actually there on whose parts and what it supports, then say yay or nay, because it's an awesome case to jump into. It's so public. It's exactly how the public takes sides even without evidence. It is so many things that we are talking about right now in this case involving a baby. Yes, UK did Johnny bad. The media is doing Johnny bad. So, but it's exactly the type of research that I do to work out what's going on. I will jump inside a case and I will go get the court records and I will go look up at the evidence and I will go look up depositions and I will do all of that to find out what the hell is actually going on. I couldn't believe that Johnny would do such a thing and I hated him. I boycotted him for at least a year until I started digging into it. And then I was like, wait a fucking minute. Just woo back a minute because there is so much there. The evidence is not on her side at all. It may look like it because the media is only showing you her evidence, but when you see the weight of who's got what evidence, you all of a sudden see that the weight is not on her side at all.
No.
And this is why cases like what CM's trying to do come down to whether there is any evidence and what is considered evidence, in what court of law it's considered evidence, because it's different here in Australia to over there in America. And Johnny found that out the hard way. You know, the UK court certainly wasn't looking at the weight of evidence. They took the very scantest, tiniest little bit of her evidence, and Johnny had so much more to prove that that wasn't true.
Yeah.
And that judge completely did not look at it. So, yes.
Yeah, that's what happened in my case too. I had a judge that said that they were going to accept my evidence and then they just didn't. So
right. So
look,
there is crooked judges and there is publicity that fucks up your case. I think you said you went through that too, didn't you, Kazz? That publicity played a very big part in your case?
Yeah, they did. They did. And
Yeah.
yeah, my kids are not okay still. They're still having problems, and it's really, really hard.
Okay, let's not bash CM. And
No.
let's not talk about his subjects. Okay?
We can't be making the same mistakes that everybody else is making. If we start vilifying all these channels that are doing the wrong thing, then we know better.
Right.
We need to do this.
I'll let you.
Yeah.
I'll let you remove that comment, Dana, on your own accord, sweetie.
Yeah. So we just need to do the right thing by this family, and we need to focus on Summer. And the way that we focus on Summer is by getting this family to be okay, getting them in a safe place where they got tools, where they don't feel like they're so helpless, where they don't feel like people are vilifying them and doing the wrong thing by them. It's just not constructive. It is destructive. And I really don't want to be a part of that. I want to do something good. I want to be able to, say, hey, look, maybe if we did come at this from a different angle, maybe if we did look at the facts, then maybe we've got a chance of finding Summer.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
And don't get me wrong, guys. I'm not against anything that Benny done. I just felt that it being on YouTube is the wrong thing. If he needed to ring someone, report it, and sort it out, that's fine. I support that. I get that he feels he's mandated to report. He absolutely is. So he needed to report that. I fully support him reporting it.
Yeah.
It's the putting it on YouTube part. If we're going to be preaching that we are not going to be victimizing and re-victimizing people, then we need to practice it.
Yeah.
We have to practice what we preach. And so that's all I felt about that particular topic. I'm not going to tell anyone else how they have to run their channel, but I'm telling you how I'm going to run mine.
Yeah. And you're right, Leslie. Positive interactions could lead to tips for TBI and put the focus back on Summer. But as I said, you've got to look at it in its proper perspective. If Don and Candace were doing the wrong thing, they would have been locked up like Megan Boswell. That's it. Be all, end all.
G-Dog, if they went away for a weekend to unwind and regroup, everyone would be on their asses because not looking.
Yep.
And Sue, what was I going to say? Sue, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Humans are bad at judging people, and that was the whole point of the first part of the game that we played on Benny's channel, was about Dr. Lee telling us that we're actually only 50% good at actually judging people.
Yeah.
And we haven't got to that part of the game because Benny cut it off too soon, but that was what was coming up next. Was once we got all our scores, ended up all our scores, and we worked out what our percentage was on how good we were at any of that stuff, then Dr. Lee comes back on and tells us that pretty much doctors, uni students, nurses, people who are involved with children and domestic violence and all that sort of stuff, none of them scored any better than 50%. So you want a rematch, G-Dog? Well, that's what Benny said. He wants a rematch too, but that wasn't the point. The point wasn't scoring good. The point was first go just straight through that game from start to end. If you scored in the 50% range, 50 to 60% range, so let's just go 10% below and 10% above. So if you were 40 to 60% correct in any of the stuff that you were in trying to read people telling lies, children and adults, if you scored around the 40 to 60%, you were still only average. You weren't good at it. Nobody actually is. Even the psychiatrists and the uni students and the uni teachers and the doctors and the nurses, nobody was good at it.
It's just like that old experiment. Put a dog, put a cow, put a bottle, put a compass on a like 10 objects, different objects. Cover them over, right? Let Don see them, or let whoever see them, right? And they have to memorize that. Then they put the cover back on the stuff again, and then they get him to memorize, or they get you to memorize what was actually on that board, or what them objects were. And 9 out of 10 times you can't get them. People screw up. They do.
G-Dog, we didn't think you were stupid, G-Dog. The point was, I didn't score very well at it at all, and I've done 2 fucking degrees, so I thought I was going to be able to be good at reading it, but, you know, I should have known better because I've got Asperger's, for Pete's sake.
Yeah. The other thing
Lacey,
too that I do need to point out is when people are in this fight or flight situation and they do have all this stuff coming at them, they're going to go to people that say they're going to help. Now, because Don does run off in tangents, just a bit like Benny, people see that as too much. When Don talks about the one world order and stuff like that, he really believes that because he's indoctrinated into that situation, because that was what he grasped onto, that church. As he said, you got to take it in its context. He made a statement about before he went to the church.
Kazz?
Yeah.
Kazz, we actually do have some Seventh-day Adventist people here, so I would rather not.
Yeah, no, I'm not vilifying what I'm just saying, that being indoctrinated into, like, he made a point of, I found out the truth that you don't practice religion on a Sunday. You do it on the Sabbath day, which is from from sun up on Friday to sundown on Saturday. Okay? So I'm just making a point. He's made that statement. Now, someone had told him this, which was in the church, and that's right, by that teaching. And he's going to grasp at the things that are being said. Okay? So if we're talking Ellen G. White, okay, that is them. That is what they believe. And if they believe that, you can't tell them any different. And why should you?
Right. It's their belief system. Exactly right.
That's it. You've got to look at it in that context. It's got nothing to do with the Seventh-day Adventist teaching or the Catholic teaching. It's got to do with, that was what he had. He went to them. They showed him compassion. They showed him that he could change things, and he damn well tried. And he didn't succeed. He kept backsliding. But that is how people learn. They make mistakes. They do things that are wrong, and they don't make it any better for this family. You just keep re-victimizing them every single time that person comes or that person comes. They've got to go through that trauma all over again. And if they don't have the tools to manage how they speak, how they talk, how they live, then this is going to happen. And AJ's case is a perfect example on how you do things. You let the police do their job. Yes, they had their suspicions. Yes, things are similar. Yes, we can't explain these things, but we need to do better. We need to be better, and we need to make a difference, and we need to have a voice and say, hey, you know, we can help, but we can help constructively without going through all the shit and denigrating anybody. It's not healthy, it's not constructive, and it's not finding summer. If you know what I mean.
Be better. Do better, be better.
That's it.
I love it.
You know, pay it forward, man.
Guys, the best part of that game we actually haven't played yet, and that was where we understood the Dunning-Kruger effect. And the Dunning-Kruger effect is exactly what G-Dog is saying here. She said, I sat up, like, bring it on. I'm going straight to the top of the class here.
Yeah.
That is the epitome of the Dunning-Kruger effect. And so, like, just to give you a basic example of Dunning-Kruger, it's like everybody thinks that they're good at driving, all right? And someone had just pointed this out too just before, that there was no study. There's no study of different personalities, and so to be able to say, yes, I'm a good driver, then you need to have a study that actually looks at what a good driver is and breaks it down into parts. What is a good driver? Is it people who have been through driving school, or, you know, what is it that makes a good driver? But most people generally do think that they are good drivers.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to it, and they're actually put in the car with a driving instructor, they're not good drivers. And it turns out none of us are actually very good drivers. But what happens is the Dunning-Kruger effect found a way to measure this thing that we think in our heads, like, oh, I'm going straight to the top of the class here. And the way that it was measured was a lot of different things. They measured, you know, people saying whether they were good drivers or not. There was also, what was the other one? Oh, yeah, whether people thought that they were good at, what was it? Whether they were good at, I can't remember what the topics were. But anyway, what happened was, with all the studies that they did, Dunning and Kruger are the two guys that did all of these studies. All of the studies that they did, everybody who rated themselves as being, you know, pretty good at these things ended up being only 50%, falling into the 50% range. So only half as good as they thought they were. 50% is average, basically. And people who are actually good at things, and good at those things, people who literally are good at those things, rated themselves way lower, that they weren't very good at those things. And so the general population ends up that the general population is only average at most things that they think they're really good at. And people who do specialize in fields generally rate themselves lower than what they're actually good at. So that was all part two of the games that we were going to play over on Benny's channel. We were going to go right into that stuff, and also how we get to that point where we think we're freaking so good at something. How do we get to that point? Because we build these illusions ourselves.
Yeah.
And so I had a whole 5-minute like video up in Benny's, in part two on Benny's channel, where it visits like how this particular illusion happens, and it only happens in some parts of the world. And that was the weird thing about this illusion, because the people who live in the cities, and we're seeing box-like structures and squareness of all this architecture around us, and our homes are all square, and our windows are all square, and our picture frames are all square. You know, we've got all this squareness happening around us. People from that sort of background were seeing one type of illusion, whereas people who lived in South Africa in like grass huts and stuff, they weren't seeing the illusion. And so it came down to being based on what we were being exposed to, whether this visual illusion actually occurred in our brain. and it's called the something window. I'll think of it in a second.
It's
called
like
the something window.
it's like we
So
set ourselves up to fail, basically.
kind of. It's sort of just
Yeah.
we just have illusions, and it depends on our culture
Yeah.
as to what illusions. Yes, we can still do the game show.
Mm.
It comes down to our culture and whether or not what our brains are trained to be thinking, basically.
Can I just
And that's
answer?
what that particular illusion.
Yeah. Can I just answer a question that was raised? I'm not sure who actually did it because, yeah, there's so many people here. But the case with Michael Vaughan, yeah, their parents aren't being vilified. The whole country is getting behind them. But they did start to have people vilifying them. And it was shut down pretty quick. In this case, nothing's been shut down. It's all out there. And because police aren't telling people what's going on, people are jumping. And they're jumping at things that they really have no knowledge about. Unless you're a trained psychologist, it's just like, would you go and see a heart doctor if you're let's say schizophrenic and you're seeing things that aren't there and you're talking to yourself? Does that make any sense?
Yep, I'm following.
So yeah, you gotta keep things in perspective. We all have our own opinion. Yes, we all criticize what we think is best because we all think that we're doing the right thing. But it's not until someone explains things to you that you look at things differently. And it's important that we do look at things differently because we're not doing anything that's constructive with what's happening here to this family.
Has anybody seen this illusion? It's called the aim. It's called the Ames window illusion.
No.
Spelled AMES. It's actually a trapezoid. I've got something in my throat. It's actually a trapezoid shape, and it's just two flat pieces of cardboard stuck together, and they're different color on each side, white on one side and blue on the other. And when you spin it, like you just hang it on a string and spin it, it creates a visual illusion. And this is the one that I was telling you, that people in the West who live in these very box-shaped, environments. You see the illusion running on my screen? Hang on, I'll see if I can make it bigger. Only some people can see this illusion. I don't know how to make it bigger.
I don't know.
Only some people can see this illusion. So can you see it rotating, or does it look like it's moving backwards and forwards?
It looks like it's moving backwards and forwards.
Anybody else want to weigh in? I think they're actually a couple of seconds behind us.
Yeah.
So we'll just wait for a second. Is anybody else seeing that rotate or moving backwards and forwards? And that's all I'm going to tell you. Is I'm not going to give you any answers because you'll need to go and play the second part of the game if you want to know. If you want to know what the actual movement actually is.
The way it looks, it's really crazy.
You'll have to come in. Right. And then I will reveal whether it is rotating or going back and forth.
Okay.
So there you go. Whoa,
Well-
sorry if that burst everybody's ears.
Hey, listen, guys, I'm going to have to call it a night. I am really, really tired, and I've got physio in the morning, and I need to be up for that. So, with that in mind,
No worries.
thank you, everyone. It's been lovely, talking to you guys. I hope that maybe we have enlightened you, and maybe we can start doing something constructive here, if that makes any sense to you guys. But I have to go.
I think it makes
Love you all.
sense to everybody. Thanks for coming, Kazz. We appreciate your company and what you've had to say tonight. Thank you very much for joining us. And yeah, we'll get you back again sometime and we'll talk some more, maybe on the politics one if you want to talk about the politics.
I'm really good when it comes to politics. I've got one word. It's shit. But it is worth a discussion. Thank you guys for everything. And I'll turn my YouTube on so I can keep listening and watching, but I've got to try and get some sleep, eh? So
no worries, Kazz. We'll see you again another time. Thanks very much for sharing with us.
You're welcome.
Right.
See you
Bye.
later, guys. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. Oops.
You know how to get out?
No.
Hit the end stream button up the top.
Hang 10. I'll get it. Leave.
Above us.
Yep, the leave button.
Yep.
Okay,
That's
catch
the
us
one.
all later. Nice talking to you guys. And yeah, we'll pick this up again at another time. See you later. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Whoops. I'm trying to get out of here. Yes. Okay.
Well, you can just close the browser. That works too. All right, guys. So there you go. You're down for the politics. I know you are, Natasha. 3:13 a.m. here. So, and we've been going for 3 hours and 21 minutes. So she actually did really, really well to hang in there for as long as she did. But I think that could be the ADHD because of the Asperger's. That's why I'm quite happy to sit here for as long as you guys are. So, so there you go. Yeah, so if you want to know what the Ames window illusion is all about, you're going to have to learn about the Dunning-Kruger effect and why some people are seeing backwards and forwards and some people are seeing a rotation. 5 a.m. Wildflower. Oh my God, you guys have done so well hanging in there. Like, it's just screwed my entire clock up because of everyone being in American time. And I planned this for so late purposely so that Benny could come and have a yak with us. And he didn't. So yeah. 6:15 G-Dog. Yeah, I would like to have started our stream earlier, but you know, duty happens. You got away. That me too, Mikey. Isn't that funny? I got so sick and tired of all the arguments between the lefts and the rights. I just went, yeah, let's go with true crime for a bit. And it turned into more arguments. But what does that tell you? That just tells you that people are in conflict all over the place. Like, I don't think it matters what you talk about. People are just in conflict all over the place. Yeah, exactly. Wildflower. Hey, it's shocking. Dana's at 10 a.m. I think that people are in conflict no matter what the topic is, to be honest, guys. I don't think it is just true crime, because it's happening in the political spectrum. It's happening in, like, even the environmentalists can't agree on shit at the moment. No, Kathy, I don't agree about keeping Don off the phone. I think that Don needs to keep Summer's name out there. I think that people need to stop judging him, because he needs to keep his daughter's name out there. It's his daughter. Let him make a decision. It's his daughter. If he thinks that keeping her name circulating out there, because the news media is not doing it. The news media is not keeping Summer's name out there. Don's the only one doing it. He's speaking for Candace because she's too upset to do it. So no, I don't agree with you that Don should be staying off the airwaves. Don needs to stay on the airwaves. He needs to keep Summer's name up in lights. He is desperate to keep Summer's name out there. And you know what? If the news media were giving him the spotlight and keeping her name out that way, he wouldn't be here on the tubes trying to do it. So, you can call that a problem with the media in his area. Yes, innocent. He has absolutely every right to speak up for his daughter. He absolutely does. Sure, he's not saying what people want to hear from him. He's still keeping Summer's name out there. Who he talks to, Casey, exactly. That's what it comes down to. It's who he's talking to, but I'm pretty sure he's learning the hard way now. I'm pretty sure he's sitting there going, well, I should have listened to Grandis, because Grandis was telling him, after all she went through with the Rosie Bly case, she told him that this is going to get really messy. So strap in for the ride. That's right, Natasha. It is very hard to find people who can disagree on a topic without blocking each other. Yeah, it was after, Les, it was after he had a rant about Don B. He got on the phone with Don W. It's so confusing because Benny doesn't actually say which Don he's talking about. He just says Don, and you'll think he's talking about Don Wells, and you think, holy shit, did he just switch pages? And then you realize he's talking about Don B. And then you're like, oh, he didn't switch pages. Yes, they do. They pick apart every word he says. And all he needs to do is just keep Summer's name out there so that people know they're looking for this kid. They see the kid's face, they hear the kid's name, then someone will speak up. So, and G-Dog, we're not talking about that tonight. We're not talking about that on my channel, okay? Sorry, darling, but I don't want to talk about that stuff on my channel. Okay, I'll say it again just because you came in like a bit later than everybody else, but I will say it again that Jeannie needs to take what she's got to law enforcement and deal with that, not on YouTube. It's not helpful. It's private information and it's not helping this situation to find Summer. So Candace can't make the plea for the same reason that little AJ's mum couldn't do it. Little AJ's mum had to have someone speak for her because she couldn't do it. She was just too upset all the time. You know, you've got to think about different personalities here. Not everybody wants to get on TV and be a blubbering mess on national TV or on the YouTube channels. You know, I don't particularly think I'm going to want people to see me crying a blubbering mess. You know, you don't want to do that because you have a certain, I don't know, standard for yourself, I guess. I don't know why I don't want people to see me cry. I just know that when I do cry, I don't want no one to see it. I just know that about myself. So I don't think we need to see Candace on the YouTube crying her eyes out. I just don't think that solves anything. I don't think she needs to do that. Where they found AJ at? They found him 400 meters from his house, Kathy. So at the moment, the police are still investigating because they don't know how he got 400 meters from the house without the helicopter's heat infrared thing not picking him up, and the family driving around on their ATVs not seeing him. So that's right, Kathy. Some people don't like crying in front of other people. It's just how they are. Yeah, he is a wee cutie. He was so close to home, but I don't think he was that close to home. I think someone put him there. It is very sus. Very, very sus. That's right, Casey. That's exactly right, Casey. I mean, Grandma Candace was getting hung because of the way she talked when she was on the TV talking about Rosie. I think Candace just isn't being strong at all, to be honest, Beach Girl. Candace is breaking down. She's a mess. That's why she's drinking. I don't care. I don't want to say that she is drinking. That's probably wrong of me to say that because we're only assuming that. We're only assuming that because it sounds like she rang someone when she, right? We're only assuming that. She might well be seeing a doctor and being medicated because of the stress. So, I mean, what is it? 75, it's 80 days or something. It's 80 days now that her daughter's been missing. She's at grieving stage now. All right. She's not just at my kid's missing stage now. She's at full grieving stage now. And so most doctors who are treating someone in full grieving mode will have them on medication of some sort by now. Yeah, G-Dog, that you're such a lovely girl. I'm sure you would too. I'm absolutely sure you would. I can't get it. Things moving on me. I'm sure you would look after Candace. Yes, Wildflower, I would be a mess too. Absolutely a mess. And I was even thinking about, if my daughter went missing, how I would feel about my grandkids growing up without her. Like thinking of it from Grandma Candace and Rosie Bly's disappearance. Like even that would kill me, that my grandkids couldn't know their mum. That would just break my heart. That's right, Casey. I don't drink at all, but I'm pretty sure if I was going through what Candace is going through and we're on day, whatever it is, 80, I think I'd probably take up drinking at some stage. I haven't actually seen the official website, so probably should go and have a look at it. I just haven't seen the link for it anywhere. That's right, Les. I think they're doing okay, really, considering. And see, that's the thing. If you're a stoic person and you don't like to get all emotional in front of other people, if you're a stoic, and that's what happened to Lindy Chamberlain. Everyone thought she was guilty because she was stoic. She didn't like to show her feelings. She had hundreds of cameras in her face. Everywhere she went, she had cameras in her face. And she didn't like to show her feelings in front of the cameras. Yeah, and that's it, Beach Girl. There's so many reasons that things don't come out the right way. I mean, I'm sure within give me another half an hour and I'll be slurring and saying words backwards and forwards and getting letters mixed up. Because when I get tired, that's when I start talking weird, when I'm really, really tired. Anxiety, correct, innocent. People do suffer from anxiety, and people who, like, because we know, well, I don't know that we know, but if we assume that Candace has bipolar, then she will have mass anxiety. That's part of what bipolar is. That's part of what triggers it. When you have an episode with bipolar, it's absolutely anxiety that triggers it. So I know this because my stepmom has bipolar. So, and it is anxiety. Like, for example, every Christmas she flips out. She flips out hardcore because she knows if she's got to do Christmas, she's got to prepare for Christmas and have people over for dinner and lunch and do all of that stuff. She flips out. She's like, can't do it. Ends up in bed for a week. Can't get out of bed. So they don't have Christmas at their house anymore because she just can't do it anymore. It just triggers her anxiety. And it when she's going through an episode, she just cannot get out of bed. Oh, that's interesting, Beach Girl. That is a very interesting thing. I don't want to get this COVID thing. Oh, do you, Wildflower? I don't actually do Christmas anymore. If my grandkids are around, I'll do Christmas. But if they're not around, I'm quite happy to just like have a normal day like any other. That's exactly it, Casey. You can't know unless you were there. That's right, Kazz. That's exactly right. There is a movie out there called Evil Angels about Lindy Chamberlain. "46 years. Jeepers, Natasha. Actually, I don't know that I can remember my mum crying. Oh, I guess I can. That's right, Dana. That's exactly right. Yes, Sue Ellen, they do. It is very wrong. I totally agree with you. So wrong. Yeah, I can't imagine how it feels to be accused of something that you didn't do. I really can't. I had actually been looking into Dali Routier's case, and looking at all the evidence that was used against her, I don't think she was guilty. I think she's actually someone who has been accused and jailed and put on death row for something that she didn't do. The evidence doesn't match. The evidence doesn't match what the police are saying or what the prosecutors and the detectives are saying. I've been through it I've been through all of the files with a fine-tooth comb, and I don't believe that there was enough evidence there to convict her. What they convicted her on, okay, so you know how we're all seeing what the other channels are doing to Don and Candace. We're seeing that, right? Because of the way they talk, or because of the way they're acting, or because of something they said. out of line, didn't match, whatever. That's what she got convicted on. She got convicted because it's called the silly string conviction. That's what Dali Rutia's case is called, the silly string conviction. Because she went 5 days after her children were murdered. She went to their gravesite and had a little birthday party with the other kids that they had already sent out invites to. So we're talking a bunch of 3 and 4-year-olds. She went to their gravesite and decided, instead of trying to explain to these kids that they're dead, we're just going to go ahead and have the party because these kids are too little to understand that they're dead. So for 2 hours before the other kids turned up, they went to the gravesite and they had a candlelight vigil and a mourning, and she cried her eyes out for the whole time. And then all the kids turned up, and her sister rocked up with some silly string and some things for the little kids to do. And so the cameras, the news media catch Dali out there spraying silly string around and trying to look happy around all these little kids. That's what she was convicted on. The jury asked to see that silly string video 9 times during deliberations. She was convicted on fucking silly string that she didn't even take. It was her sister that took it there. And what happened at the other end was, right now, she's going through an appeal right now. And through the appeal, it's come out that those detectives had actually filmed the 2 hours beforehand where they were actually doing the mourning and the sad part. They had actually filmed that, but they chose not to enter it into evidence. They left that out. All they showed was the part where she was doing the silly string. And if you look at, the prosecutors made a podcast about her. And if you look at the podcast and what the prosecutors actually said about Dali, they said, oh, that whole silly string and chewing gum, it just wasn't on. Her kids had just died, just not on. That's it. That's what they got. It's just terrible. So now it's come out that serious guys, if you've seen, hang on, let me just show you some stuff. I'm going to show you some pictures, man, because this is just nuts, serious. I'm going to show you some pictures. This is just fucking nuts, man. There's so much wrong with this case. There is so much wrong with this case. Let me show you these pictures of Dali. I'm going to knock the chat overlay off and put myself down here. Can you see that? That's right, Kathy. They did. So this is Dali Rotia. So see her throat? Her throat's been slashed. See the bruises on her? They're saying that she did all that to herself. She's on death row, innocent. She's on death row. Can you see this picture? I need some confirmation that you can see it. Yeah, holy moly, right? They say that she did that to herself. It's sad, man. She didn't do that to herself. See the other wrist? These are defensive wounds. See how it's on the outside of her wrist and the outside of her arm? It's on the outside of her arm. These are defensive wounds. See, she's been cut around the throat. She had her throat slit. Like, seriously. She was rushed into hospital. She was rushed into hospital with a slit throat, but she was so upset about the kids that she didn't even realize that her throat was slit. The doctors and nurses lied, Sue Ellen, because I've got all the evidence now that they lied. They said in the trial they didn't see any of this stuff, but they recorded it in the records that they saw all of this stuff. That's right, Wildflower. She gave up a hell of a fight. Yeah, if you only listen to the prosecutor's version of the story, then it won't make any sense at all. She had her throat slit and went unconscious. Then her children were killed. Well, she was unconscious. Well, one of her children was killed. The other one was stabbed. And then he came over to her while he was injured. He came to her and touched her on the shoulder, and that's when she came to. But she didn't realize he'd been stabbed because it was his back that was stabbed, not his front. And he was standing there with his front to her. Then as she came to, she saw someone running out towards her garage, out that door, sort of through her kitchen and out to her garage. And she didn't know what was going on. She wasn't totally with the whole program. She just went towards that door. You know how the blonde does in the movie? She went towards the door to see who it was that walked through that door. Then she saw the knife on the ground. And she went, holy crap, the knife had blood on it. Then she turned around and saw that her son had collapsed on the floor behind her. And that's when it occurred to her that both the kids had been stabbed. And through all of that, she didn't even realize that her throat was slit. She didn't even realize. She's bleeding all over the joint, doing all of this, bleeding all over the joint. Then she screams out to hubby, come on downstairs, like, come and help me. That's what they reckon. She did it with a bat. But, like, please, come on. How do you actually smack yourself with a bat? How do you smack yourself with a bat like that? You know, I just can't see this being possible. But anyway, she screamed out for her husband. She was losing her shit screaming at him. He bounced out of bed like 100 miles an hour because that's how desperate her screams were. He knew something was going down. He comes screaming downstairs, and he's just straight away started trying to do CPR. And as soon as he started doing chest compressions on the first little boy, he was stabbed in the chest, the first one. She didn't even see any of that. She only saw the second one who tapped her on the shoulder. But he started doing chest compressions on the first little boy, and the air was going straight out his chest. And a deep dive, Natasha. I'll show you all the evidence. I've got tons of information on this case. And her neck injury is not superficial either, Sue Ellen. This is the problem with it. She was rushed into emergency surgery, for fuck's sake. If it was superficial, why would she have been rushed into surgery and had a surgeon operating to get her necklace out of her wound? They literally had to go into that wound and get her necklace out of the wound. That's what it says on the medical records. But yes, the prosecutors do say superficial. Absolutely not superficial. I'm just looking to see if I got any other pictures. See this? See this mark on her arm? I'm not sure what they said that mark was, but like a watch, like the edge of a man's watch, a steel banded watch. So I think that's what See, right now, she's in an appeal, and so she's got a new team investigating all of this evidence. There was absolutely, G-Dog, there was a sock found, not in the back garden. It was 2 football fields, 2 football fields away from her back door, beside a bin. So what they're saying is, inside of so the kids, once the kids were stabbed, all right, once the knife entered the body of the kids, they only had, the coroner said, maximum 6 minutes to be alive. So in that 6 minutes, she has run the length of 2 football fields, dropped a sock, run all the way back, slashed her throat, thrown wet towels everywhere to make it look like she was trying to help the boys, mopped up all her own blood, and what else was it? There was something else in there. But that's what she did all in this 6 minutes, apparently. She's been inside for 20 years, Wildflower. But she's got a new team working on a case now, so it is going to appeal. And they did actually, the courts actually, the appeal courts, the appellate courts actually did say, grant them leave to test some of the evidence, to go through some of the evidence. And this is something that's never happened before, because those prosecutors just don't want to be wrong. And they have always put the stops up in front of any appeal that she's ever put up. They have actually, no, she didn't get a fair hearing, Wildflower, but she might add an appeal. I don't know how the appeal's going to go, because these prosecutors aren't going to let it go. Like, there's no way they're going to let it go. They're still on the silly string theory. But there's more. See how deep that wound is? Can you see how deep that wound is in the neck? Does that look superficial to any of you guys? Remember, she had to be in a surgery. Does that look like a superficial wound to you? And, we won't even mention all of those bloody... You reckon, G-Doc? I would like to get into it. It's just that, like, everybody's so fucking stuck on kids right now. I would like to do some adult cases. So, can you see how puckered out that wound is on her neck? It's terrible. It's so, like, sticking out. Like, that's not a superficial wound, man. In fact, that's right, Wildflower, they did. The doctor's records actually show that wound went so close to her jugular. Was it a jugular? No, that's on the side, isn't it? Windpipe, I think it was. It was like a millimeter from killing her. That wound was 1 millimeter from killing her. From her windpipe, I think it was. So yeah, I've got tons of stuff, like, I don't know, when you want to talk about how gross people are actually showing the autopsy photos of her kids. Like, that's how gross this gets on YouTube. People are actually pulling open the autopsy photos on her kids. Oh, there's a lot of things that they've said, Aroa. There's a lot of things that they said was just totally didn't work. It just didn't work. Like, they said that she didn't try to help her kids, right? So there was a cop there on her 911 call. He arrived towards the end of her 911 call, and he totally lied. He totally lied about what she did and didn't do, because the 911 call proves that he was there. He totally lied. He said, she wasn't even panicked about anything. But you listen to her in the 911 call and tell me that that wasn't a screaming, panicking mother. It absolutely was. Let's give it a go, Natasha. So, yeah, all right. If you want to dive into the Dali Rutia case and look at all the evidence with me and why the evidence sucks, then, yeah, let's do it. Let's dive into the Dali Rutia case. There's so much information on the Dali Rutia case. I really, I've got the 911 call here. So, yes, I have the 911. Do you want to hear it? Do you want me to play it now? Do you want to hear the 911 call? All right, so bear in mind that during the 911 call, the cop actually arrived. You do actually hear him arrive. And then later on, I'll show you what he said during testimony, and you tell me whether it matches up with the 911 call or not, because I don't think it does. Yes, Sue, I couldn't make up my mind until I dove into it. That's why I dove into it. You know, shit doesn't leave me. I don't just sit on the fence and go, oh, I'm stuck. I actually go and pull shit apart until I'm not stuck anymore. It's the Aspie mind. It's my Asperger's that does that. So I'd love to take you through it so that you don't. No worries, Dana. Give your dogs a hug from us. So I'll play the 911 call for you at least so you can hear that, okay? So let's see. Let me open it in Chrome. And then yeah, I will. I promise. I'll deep dive into this sucker. And I've even got a guest that's been investigating it who can come and talk with us about anything that I miss. So I've been talking with a guy. He actually is friends with Dali. He made friends with her while she's in jail, and he's gone to visit her in jail. And so he has some personal, personal contact with her, personal opinions about her, personal interactions with her. So he's a great guest to get on if you want. Well, that's okay, Sue Ellen. That's what I'm here for, sweetie. I'm here to do it for you, darling. All right, the 911 call. Let me share the screen so that I can get the sound to work properly for you. And I'm going to mute my microphone so that you can't hear any echoes and you're just getting the sound, okay? So here we go. Here's the 911 call. Hang on. Here comes the 911 call. I don't know where it starts. It's coming. Any minute now. Okay, maybe it's not coming. Hang on a second. Hang on, guys. I don't know why I've got all this bloody blank at the start. But it'll happen in a second. Okay. Okay, let's do that again. All right, here comes the 911 call.
Well, 911, what is your emergency? Ma'am? What? Who did? Hang on. That's a medical emergency. Hang on, ma'am. Ma'am? No medical emergency, 5801 Eagle Drive. Ma'am, I'm trying to get an ambulance to you. Hang on a minute. God, my babies are dying. What's going on, ma'am? Medical emergency 5801 Eagle Drive by 238 Linda Vista and Willowbrook. Attention 901 medical emergency. Maybe possible stabbing 5801 Eagle Drive by 238 Street Linda Vista and Willowbrook. Time out 232. Stop that car, 80. Oh my God. New units going forward 6801 Eagle Drive 5801 Eagle Drive. The sheriff is on the phone. Child has been stabbed. Ma'am, I need you to calm down and talk to me. Twice, 5801 Eagle. 233 code. Ma'am, listen to me. Yes, I need you to... Oh my God. Do you take the radio clip? Yes. Ma'am, I need you to talk to me. Ma'am, I can't understand you. You're going to have to slow down, calm down, and talk to me. What is going on? Somebody came in while I was sleeping. Me and my little boys were sleeping downstairs. We ran out to the glass door, my dad. My babies are dying. They're dead. Oh my God. Down the phone with you. Oh my God. What happened? Just take that one. Hold on, honey. Hold on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ma'am, who's there with you? Ma'am. What? Is there anybody in the house besides you and your children? My husband, he just ran downstairs. He's helping me, but he's dead. Oh my God, he's dead. Okay, how many little boys? Is it 2 boys? 11. Okay, listen to me. Calm down. Go ahead. 5801 Eagle Drive, 5801 Eagle Drive. It's going to be in stabbing. When are they going to be here? Ma'am, they're on their way. Oh my God. 235. Ma'am, how old are your boys? What? How old are your boys? No. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh shit. Calm down, can you? Is your name Dolly? Yes. Husband's name Dan? Yes, please. God, it's taking forever. There's nobody in your house. There was... You don't know who did this? Don't kill him, baby! They were all on the ground. I was sleeping. My baby, oh my God. Oh my God. It's on the ground. It's on the ground. They left the knife. There's a knife.
We'll leave it there for now because I don't want to give away anymore. If we're gonna cover it, then we'll cover it good. But I'll just leave it there for now. But that's the start of the 911 call. There's more to it, and there is stuff that came up in the actual court case that was said about that. I can't say I've heard all of the 911 call before, only some of it. Am I correct, Ozzy? I don't know what you've heard, Aurora. No, it's not acting, is it, G-Dog? Like, that sounds to me like the cop said on the stand that she was cool, calm as a cucumber. Told you I was going to get tired soon. Calm as a cucumber. But that doesn't sound to me like she was cool, calm, or collected at all. Does it sound like that to you? That's right, G-Dog. She completely missed all the going into shop part because she was just looking at her children dying on the floor in front of her. Her husband was doing the CPR. He was the one that had the CPR certificate. He knew what he was doing. While she was on the phone to them, she's running to the linen cupboard, getting towels and running to the sink and wetting them and taking them over to him to block all of the, to stop the bleeding. I don't know why she thought wet towels, but I mean, who knows what you think when you're in a panic. So, yeah, so it doesn't sound to me like she was cool as a cucumber. No, he heard something. He heard a glass crash, Kathy. And we'll go through all of this because a lot of it didn't get any airtime in any of the documentaries. So he did hear something. He didn't hear. Yeah, that's right, Aurora. And what they put out in crime shows is how the court case went. Exactly, Natasha. I didn't think it was cute. There was nothing calm about that. I'm sorry. I don't agree with the copper. He does arrive at the end of it. You hear him come in the door. She passed out. I think this is what happened, Sue. This is my interpretation. She passed out from blood loss. But then when she realized someone was in the house and her kids were in danger, the adrenaline kicked in and she was running on all pure adrenaline. She ended up collapsing not long after, I think right at the end of this call. The copper says, like, will you sit down and sit still because you're bleeding everywhere? Because she was just running on pure adrenaline. See you later, innocent. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, so there's a lot of shit that cops said that didn't match up. There's a lot of shit that the doctors said in the court case when they were put on the stand that didn't match the records. All the doctors said she was cool, calm, and collected through the whole time that she was in hospital with a slit throat. And the actual records, the night nurses and nurses that were checking on her were actually recording on her records that she was distraught, upset, crying all the time, upset. No, I don't think her husband had anything to do with it either, Sue. And here's the thing, when I bring the guest on, he'll give you a whole other story that was going on. You know, people have their things that are going on in their families and shit. He'll give you a whole other story that was going on, and it had nothing to do with her and her husband. But there was other stuff that was going on, and it wasn't her and it wasn't her husband. It was absolutely someone got away with murder. And like one of the things that they said was like, no murderer comes in the house and uses their own kitchen knife to kill them. That was something the prosecution said. And so I went and looked up some records. I actually found that same very year, in that same very area, a woman was murdered in her bed with her own knife, with her own kitchen knife. All right, Natasha, I will cover it in a lot more detail, and I will actually get some more information together and get the court records together so you can see the court records. That's right, Beach Girl, 3 sides to every story. I'll get the court records together for you, and I will get some snippets of documentaries together for you, and we'll all go through it together. So, but that what I just told you is the basic, the sort of the basic story. But I don't know what reason they would have to hide things in her defense. You know, there was reasons that there was motivation that the prosecution put forward, but it was pretty poor. It was a piss poor effort, really. There was there was other murders in the area. There was actually another woman. When I get it all sorted, we'll do a little Google buddy play and see how far away. But there was another woman who was murdered in her bed with her own kitchen knife by these 2 dudes. Are you off, are you, Natasha? Have to go. Oh, you do. Okay. Sorry, darling. I wasn't looking at the screen, so bye. Thanks for dropping by, sweetie. Praise for Natasha. Thank you, Aroa. Thanks, someone's paying attention. That's right, Wallflower. That's exactly what it ends up being in my book. And I'll even go into those details because someone was up for a promotion. Someone was up for a promotion and someone was running for office. Interesting stuff. Right, Sue Ellen. And sometimes they didn't go in there to kill. They just happened to kill someone because they got busted. So I do have a theory on how this all happened, and I will give you my theory when we go through it. Because Natasha doesn't want to miss any of it. So I will give you my theory on how I think it all went down. And then I'll invite my guest to come over and he will tell you his theory because his theory is not the same as my theory. However, neither of our theories is Darlie or Darren. So I'll tell you someone else who is covering and has been covering the Darlie Routier case very, very, very diligently is Zav Girl. You know the Zav Girl? I'm going to type it in. If anyone wants to cheat and go and listen to hours upon hours upon hours, Zav Girl has it. She's got a finger on the pulse. She's in the not sure camp. I can start right away if you like, G-Dog. Since everyone's excited for it, I'll start right away. Because I still got to knock out this bloody Rosie case. So as soon as I get those Rosie things up, not a fan of Zav. Fair enough. It was only through Zav that I got in contact with the friend of Darlie's that I'll invite to talk on the channel. It was only because I saw him there and I chased him up. So no, I agree, Sue Ellen. I don't think she's a danger to anybody. I think that the actual killer got away. The killer got away with murder. There's so much to it. There's so much evidence that other people in the neighborhood saw shit going on. But was they were Seventh-day Adventists. You know how we were talking earlier about Seventh-day Adventists, but Seventh-day Adventists and Mormons, and just happened to be in the middle of fucking a lot of shit, man. When shit goes down, it's usually one of them for some reason. So, maybe they just need to end things too quickly. I don't know what it is, but it just seems to be that that type of religion is always involved. But anyway, if I keep talking, we're going to be here for another hour, and I'm going to start showing you more pictures. Yeah, church again, Wildflower. So I don't want to do any spoilers just yet. I've given you the basic rundown on what the story is. And since you are all interested in the story, then we'll do Rosie Bly, and then we'll do Dali Rutia. Okay, she's a very interesting case. I'm really getting into the Dali case. Yeah, me too, Wildflower. I got to do it too. She is doing actually really well, G-Dog. She's not angry with the world. She's angry with the system that put her there and how she ended up there. She's angry at, the prosecutor and shit. But she's not angry with the world. She's stuck with her faith. Okay, G-Dog. You have a point. I won't shut up. Yeah, cool. All right, we'll do it. We shall do it. And I'll start setting up some daily stuff so that we are actually... I wasn't going to do daily stuff. I'm supposed to fit grandkids and all sorts of shit in between. So I've got to spread the time out a little bit. I'm trying to jam in a few right now because I've got a bit of a break in between. So all right, Kathy. Cool. It's 6 a.m. here in Kiwiland. Yeah, well, god damn. Did you just get up early or did you stay up all night? Yeah, thanks, Wildflower. I'll try not to stress, but I will try to cover it. Love you too, G-Dog. I'll see yous all later, so I'm going to shut up now. Oh, look, there you go. Battery's dead. Gotta go. Thanks for dropping by, everybody. Love you all, and I'll catch you on the round trip. Bye.